Well, welcome to Mind the Brain 2021. This is the first time we've run it virtually, and I'm really looking forward to it. My name's Sophie Scott, and I'm the director of the Institute for Cognitive Neuroscience here at UCL. And I'm going to just start the day by giving you a little presentation about the kind of context of this. What are we talking about when we talk about brains? Why would cognitive scientists, neuroscientists ask these kind of questions? What sort of stuff are we interested in? And tell you a little bit more about Mind the Brain itself. So I'm just going to start with sharing my slides. This is always the thrill ride in any presentation. And here we go. So my slides are just a bit of background. So I want to introduce you to the first creature that had its brain fully mapped. This is a nematode worm. Now, nematode worms are small worms that live in the soil. And in 2012, scientists for the first time mapped out every single brain cell in a nematode worm. They have 302 brain cells or neurons, and that actually makes them quite complicated creatures. They have, as you can see, quite a lot of structure inside there, and they can do quite a lot with those 302 brain cells. For example, they can learn from experience. They can adapt to their circumstances. Nematode worms are a good starting place if you want to explain some of the power of what brains and brain cells can do. But what does that mean when we want to think about something a little bit bigger and a little bit more complicated than a worm? So this is Alex. Alex is a human, and humans are distinguished by many things, including the fact that they have very large brains. So Alex has got, probably a best guess, something like 80 to 89 billion neurons inside his brain. And although that's still only 1 to 2% of his whole body weight, at any one point in time, human brains are using around 20% of the available oxygen in our bodies. They are large and they are complex and they use a lot of energy. In evolutionary terms, they're quite expensive things to have. Now, what we're going to be talking about today are many of the capabilities of these big brains and how they've been affected by this past year that we've had. But just to think about this a little bit more detail, one of the really extraordinary things about those 89 billion brain cells that Alex has is that most of them he already had when he was born. So we are born with most, not all, most of the brain cells that we will ever have. And we now know that we can do things to encourage neuronal regeneration and growth in adulthood. So, for example, exercise is a very good way of promoting the growth of new neurons in the hippocampus. But one of the things that's really extraordinary about humans is we have these big brains, and then we have this very extended period where we grow, develop, and learn things about our world, and all of this affects our brain. So our brains don't work just out of the box. We are learning throughout our whole lives, but particularly through childhood and adulthood, and that is affecting our brains. Our brains are very plastic. They are shaped by our experiences. And of course, for a great deal of the time when we're talking about human experiences, we are talking about the things that are not just affecting these beautiful, great big brains, and we're going to be talking about these all day, but this is stuff that is happening not in isolation. We are social primates. And so a lot of what we're talking about when we're talking about humans is not just brains in isolation. We're talking about brains in a social world. And in a very meaningful way, you can consider that for the past sort of 17 months or so, humanity has been placed in a horrible, great big scientific experiment where we have been removed from most of the things that are actually beneficial for us in our social worlds. We can't meet with our friends. We can't hug our friends. We can't share food with our friends or laugh with our friends or do the things that actually are the things that really matter in terms of making and maintaining the social bonds we have with other people. And we know that that is not good for us. Brains need these sorts of social contacts, and we're now dealing with a world where we are slowly returning back to something approaching normality. But what will that mean? What have these experiences meant for us right across the board? So these will be things that we will be talking about today. The other thing that I just wanted to very briefly do is introduce you to the Institute of Cognitive Neuroscience itself. So the Institute of Cognitive Neuroscience is just over 20 years old. We're based in Queen Square at UCL, and we're actually a highly interdisciplinary institute. So studying the brain, and this won't surprise you, is not something where you're going to get all your answers by only asking questions from one perspective. So for example, at the ICN, we have people with psychology backgrounds, we have people with clinical psychology backgrounds, we work with people and we have researchers who are psychiatrists, we work with neurologists, and some of us are neurologists. We're interested in behavioral neuroscience, we're interested in neuropsychology, what we can learn from working with people who've had things happen that have affected their brains. We have strong links to the world of cognitive science and artificial intelligence, and a very strong link to speech and language sciences. And all of these disciplines and more are represented at the ICN. We are a very interdisciplinary unit, and we sit within UCL's Faculty of Brain Sciences, which is actually a tremendously powerful research centre for studying the human brain from molecules through to behaviour. It's an extraordinary part of the world to be in. And the people who are responsible for what we're doing today, so this is Mind the Brain, we've been running it for a few years, and it's the brainchild of Anushka Sterling, who's the Senior Executive Officer here at the ICN. And she had this idea for creating an event where we could reflect upon our own science, but also share our science and have conversations about our science with a much wider range of people than we normally do when we're just all sitting in the building. So Anushka had the first idea for running Mind the Brain back in 2016. And this year she's running it in cooperation with Safia Chowdhury, also from the ICN, and Lucy Charles, who's a researcher at the ICN. And the people who've done a lot of the hard work and who you're going to be meeting throughout today are people who study at the ICN. So the master students who are studying a cognitive neuroscience degree, masters in science or in research, they are the students who have organised today. They are going to be introducing the speakers, they're going to be leading discussions with the speakers, they're going to be having conversations with the speakers. And that's been part of our growing interest in the ICN of trying to involve everybody when we do science communication. It's really important that science communication is not left to the grey-backed old gorillas like myself. So it's something that we really believe the whole institute should be getting involved in, and I'm really happy to say that is one of the things that's going to be happening today. So I'm going to start to hand over to our first speaker. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes break before I hand over to the first speaker, just so that we can know we're running to time. But the first speaker is going to be in a conversation with Sara Garfinkel and Jemima, whose name escaped me because I need to stop sharing my slides now. But so we're going to have a conversation at 10:30 with Sara Garfinkel, and that's going to be starting at 10:30. So if you want to grab a glass of water or a cup of tea and come back at 10:30, that's going to be, I'll hand over to our first conversation. See you in a minute. Thank you. Well, with exemplary skills, I've managed to already show the wrong slides to you there. I'm sorry about this. What an exciting thrill ride this is turning out to be. That's my fault. So let's go with a safe one that is definitely telling us the right thing. Hi, I'm now going to introduce you to Jemima and Wilson, who are going to be introducing us to the first speaker. And I just need to make sure that I am no longer spotlighted. And I am going to spotlight Jemima. Over to you. Thank you.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Jemima. This is Wilson, and this is Professor Sara Garfinkel. Today, we're going to be having a conversation about the science of human connection and COVID. So we're going to be discussing Sara's work and some topics around it. We're also going to answer some of the questions that you guys put in the Eventbrite. But also in the last chunk of time, in the last 15 to 10 minutes, we're going to be answering Q&A questions. So please put your Q&A questions in the little box down below. So to start off with, Sara, can you tell us a little bit about what your work is?
So I'm interested in the biological basis of emotion, and I spent a lot of my training initially looking at post-traumatic stress disorder to try and understand in the brain the neurocircuitry of fear. And it was while I was working with these individuals that I realized that you can't just look, even though I'm a neuroscientist, you can't just look at the brain. The brains are dynamically integrated with the bodies, and that signals from the bodies can also guide our emotional feeling states. So now my work looks much more at body-brain interactions, and interoception is a sensing of internal bodily signals and how these can guide our emotional feeling states, and how these can potentially also bind us to other individuals.
Amazing. So our first question is about human connection and Zoom. So I think, in the UK now, lockdown is like lifting a little bit, and we're starting to be able to meet up in person. And obviously that has been amazing. And I feel like we've all noticed how much easier it is to like connect with each other. And there's so much less exhaustion. You're having to put so much effort into making those connections. Could you shed some light on why that is?
So it's a great question, and I think it's something we've thought about a lot in terms of these. Now for so long, our lives were suddenly just virtually and through the internet in terms of these social connections. And when we're together in person, you get this beautiful sharing of subtle physiological signals. So there's lovely work that was done by Neil Harrison and Hugo Critchley that looks specifically at pupils as a signature of sadness. So when you're sad, your pupils get smaller, and that is a physiological state connected to sadness. But when, and this is a really beautiful bit, I think, is when you're interacting with someone else, their pupils can also get smaller in response to your own small pupils. So they're adopting and mirroring your physiological state of sadness in themselves. So now you get this sharing of physiological states of emotion, which potentially also serves as a biological basis of empathy. Like, you don't just say, oh, I'm so sorry for you. You're actually having this physiological reaction in yourself of the other person's emotion. My heart can also race with your fear. So, yeah.
No, I was just going to say, so through the camera, I can't necessarily tell that you're making eye contact with me, or so we can't share that physiological response.
Absolutely. Yeah. Those signals are subtle, and they're diminished to some extent over the internet. Like, I can hardly see how big your pupils are. Like, you lose these fine-grained information. Body language is also such a communicator of state, and that's also diminished. There was work done at Stanford that was specifically looking at Zoom fatigue, and they highlight different aspects of it. The first point was constant eye gaze is intense, which is true, and Zoom just does that, right? And actually constant eye gaze should be really something that signifies something very meaningful, and it's imposed in Zoom. So I think that adds to the fatigue and also shifts these signals that's supposed to signal one thing to be sort of a constant dynamic through the communication.
And I think we're so conscious of trying to show other people that we're listening. We're like trying to look them in the eye, even though that we're not really looking in the eye. We're nodding a lot. We're like, yes, we're listening. Everyone's like paying attention. It's exhausting
It's
after
also,
a long time.
yeah, because you need to sort of compensate for the forced distance with these extra things. The other thing is you have yourself often in the Zoom. And so where social interaction should always be about other, that is to some extent diverted by the inclusion of self within the Zoom setup. And there's also research suggesting switching this off so you don't see yourself can also potentially reduce the aspects of fatigue associated with Zoom.
I think that's quite stressful to try to like maintain this kind of social interaction. And I think a lot of people have felt that during this pandemic, it's quite a stressful and anxious time for many people with lockdowns and everything. And we've been spending quite a lot of time indoors, sometimes by ourselves and separated from friends and family. And I think during this process, many of us have paid more attention to ourselves and perhaps our own bodily sensations as well for any COVID symptoms. Perhaps maybe you could talk more about how paying more attention to yourself and maybe your bodily mechanisms is associated with poorer mental health during this pandemic.
So a lot of my research looks at internal, external focus. So we can normally our attention oscillates between ourselves and the world. And normally we're more in the world. So things are capturing our attention all the time. And people tend to have an external bias to the world around them. But actually anxiety and depression states really shift that balance where people get more drawn into themselves. And lockdowns and the pandemic, through these enforced lockdowns in part, isolated people to a much greater extent and took away the external world and these external stimuli, and self-focus became much more prevalent. And this can lead to rumination and worry states, which are also features of anxiety and depression. And this meant a dominance of self-monitoring, which is so characteristic of these conditions, where actually you can then start to spiral a little, and having the external world taken away sort of facilitated that.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting that you mentioned that, because at the start of the pandemic, I felt that same way as well. So at the start of the pandemic, we didn't really know what the symptoms of COVID were. So I was quite anxious to try to not spread COVID to my friends and family. And I was quite fatigued at the start of the pandemic. So I thought that that was a COVID symptom, that I had COVID. So I was very, very anxious, and that sent me into a downward spiral. And it's quite interesting that the thing that kind of pulled me out of it was actually me shifting my focus away from myself and towards upcoming assignment deadlines that I actually had. So that's quite interesting.
Yes, so I think you mentioned a few really interesting points there. One is the fact that when your attention was forced onto external assignments, that actually helped you. Whereas in a normal world, an external assignment is often one of the most stressful things that you would be doing. But this forced attention on the external world was actually a helpful thing to you in these circumstances. I think the other points you mentioned were so interesting too, about worry that you might affect your family. And I mean, when in all natural disasters, the way that we've often got through them is huddling together and being close to our loved ones. We provide comfort to them. We provide touch, something that's also absent over the internet. And ways that we would comfort people have been taken away by COVID, because now that's potentially hurting people we care about. So all of our biologically programmed ways of feeling safe, being together and offering comfort have potentially now been altered. And then you also mentioned this health anxiety, like the over monitoring of the body, which is of course completely understandable in a pandemic. But health anxiety and worry about being ill can often induce the symptoms themselves. So if you're very, very worried about getting sick, then this can actually cause real autonomic changes in the body. You can have different patterns of heart rate. You can start to have a little bit of breathlessness if you're very worried about your body. And of course, these are also potentially symptoms of COVID, certainly the breathlessness. So these can sort of cause these spiraling states of fear of illness with actually symptoms that mirror the illness. And again, being removed from the wild can elicit greater sort of recurring interactions of these things, and finding ways to be drawn out of yourself and focusing on others. And this is where social connection is so important. Focusing on others is a way of helping yourself and helping them.
It's really interesting, because you kind of think that a lot of discussion around like relieving anxiety, relieving stress is about, you know, self-care and mindfulness and meditation, and that's very much about thinking about your body and where your limbs are and like what your breathing is like. It's interesting that almost it seems opposite to what you're saying.
Yes, I know. And I think you've pointed out this fascinating paradox. I absolutely believe that if you need to regulate yourself, if you're already feeling anxious and you're not necessarily in such a good place, and these strategies to calm you down can be really helpful. We know that slow breathing can be helpful. We know that some sort of regulation of bodily states can be helpful for mood. So absolutely, those kind of internal things that help you regulate are good. But as soon as that tips into too much of that too much focus on self is associated with depression and anxious states. And actually another way of feeling good, if you're not in an urgent need to regulate, is to help others, reciprocate with others. There's lots of evidence to show the resilience enhancing effects of caring for others, that when you're feeling a little out of control yourself, putting your attention into something you can control, which is care for others, is also a helpful thing. And I am of the opinion that these reciprocal, altruistic, caring behaviours are things which are also incredibly good for everyone's mental health, like self and other as well.
And I think for a lot of people that's been their go-to. It's like, I can't do stuff for myself, so I'm just gonna spread all of this. My nan was saying she gets so many people calling to check up on her that she's almost exhausted, because so many people are like trying to make sure she's not lonely, which is so lovely, such a lovely thought. But yeah,
and I love that. I mean, this pandemic has brought so much tragedy and so much heartbreak. It really has. But there are things that have come out of it. The fact that 60% of people helped others more this year than other years. And I know it's such a lovely statistic.
Yeah.
So even though it was a year of massive adversity, and you think that people would maybe just withdraw into their own sort of adversity, the fact that has elevated that way is also something wonderful. And we have seen these sort of dynamics spring up everywhere. And the story about your nan is a lovely example.
And so I have another question that's sort of on the flip side, is that while for a lot of people it's been massively anxiety inducing, it has also been this massive worldwide event that feels so incomprehensible, especially if you've not been kind of directly affected by it, and you can feel very disconnected from what's happening. I was sort of wondering why that happens. Why is that for some people?
Yeah, disconnected is such an interesting word. And if we were to look at what disconnected might mean in terms of symptoms, then this really interesting symptom that I'm getting much more interested in at the moment in terms of my own research, which is dissociation. And it's actually a transdiagnostic symptom that you can see in lots of different conditions. You see in PTSD, you see in depression. There's a condition called depersonalization derealization disorder, where it's very prevalent there. It's sort of a central part of it. But it's where you feel dissociated and you remove yourself from various components. For example, you can feel dissociated from your body. You can feel dissociated from your body in the world. You can feel dissociated from your own memories and experiences, and you can feel dissociated from your own emotions. So it can manifest in all different ways. And we just happened, because we were interested in the symptom prior to pandemic, we looked at dissociation scores. So we were then able to resend the questionnaires once the pandemic was underway, just to get people to fill them out again. So we accidentally had this longitudinal sample of dissociation, and we found that symptoms of dissociation enhanced pre to during pandemic. And specifically, the biggest leap was in emotional dissociation. So people felt more dissociated from their own emotions. And this often happens under stress. And although we didn't look into the reasons why, we can maybe speculate from what we know in terms of other literature, which is that when things are just too awful, and you often see it in trauma, then instead of sort of processing it and living it, there's a sort of potentially somewhat adaptive capacity to dissociate and detach from the emotions themselves. And maybe the pandemic is inducing some of that in some people.
And it's quite interesting. So like from what we've discussed so far, I think it's quite clear that COVID has been quite traumatic for many people around the world, with people feeling quite disconnected, stressed, anxious, and in many ways, I think this event can be considered one of the largest mass traumatic events in living memory.
Yeah, yes, I think that's right. And you can look, and trauma is something that I've been historically very interested in. My research sort of really started in trauma. I think what I'm most struck by is also how resilient we've all been. So I think I actually remember saying at the beginning in March, when it looked like we were going to go into lockdown, I remember saying the sentence, I think I can just about handle it, and if it's till May, which was already 3 months, like, can I do that? And you can't quite judge what you are able to do. And I think we've all surprised ourselves with how much our world has changed, and our capacity to largely adapt to that, I think, is a phenomenal story of resistance and resilience. And I do think that is a wonderful thing that's also come out of it. But we're also potentially lucky in the sense that these enormous hardships that do elicit PTSD and trauma haven't necessarily happened to us. They are unevenly distributed. And you see, in terms of trauma, you do see higher levels of trauma in certain sectors of society, healthcare workers being one of them. And there has been research looking, certainly at the very beginning of the pandemic, what were the predictors of trauma symptoms. And a lot of that was done in the healthcare workers and the responders there. And things like not having adequate PPE and protective clothing really acted as and the long hours. So you do see these clusterings of more intense trauma in certain sectors of the population as well.
Yeah.
I think we're quite conscious of the time, seeing that we have about 13 minutes left, and I think probably now will be a good time to open the floor up to questions from the audience. So I see we have quite a few questions. One from Shmil, sorry if I'm getting your name wrong, who asked, according to your opinion, what was the impact of human connection of platforms of remote contact as Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and other online platforms was developed and spread in the period of the pandemic? And according to your opinion, are the impacts of online connection platforms positive or negative?
I think they're a mixture of both. Like, it's fantastic. I think it would have been so hard if they'd been removed from people. So I think they've been broadly wonderful things to help us unite people together and feel connected. So I think broadly positive and broadly wonderful. However, because there are these diminished cues, they're not a complete substitute for in-person interactions. They also force interactions to be in the visual domain and the auditory domain. We lose things like touch, as well as this extra visual information that comes from body language and other things. So I think we need to realize that they're not, and we do realize that they're not complete substitutes for being in person, and that there are different sensory and fine-grained information that you can't get. So I think making sure that we know that, and we keep those other aspects of real world as well when possible, is so important. But I also can't imagine the last year and a half if we hadn't been able to see people.
Is there some kind of obviously, you know, us three, we have never ever met in person, and so I have no idea what your body language is normally like, what your pupils are normally doing, kind of thing. And I don't feel disconnected from you. But when talking to my friends from school or my family when I couldn't see them, that felt harder, felt like more effort, because I wasn't used to it.
Yeah, you're more aware of the things, not even aware, potentially subconsciously, of the things that you're not normally getting. So the absences are stronger.
Yeah.
And it shows the impoverished nature of the richness that you normally have across all these sensory and fine-grained levels, which are you feel that loss. But you're right, even though I supervise your MSc projects and Wilson, we meet bi-weekly lab meetings and supervision things. You're right, it's a really interesting point. I don't feel that loss with you either, because we never knew what it was to have everything. So I think that's a really, I feel like there's a whole experiment there in terms of people that you've only known in a virtual world versus people you knew in the real world, and how you perceive the quality of Zoom interactions. You could predict would be very different. It would drop for some people you knew in real life and be elevated for these virtual ones.
So we've got another question. It says, "Hi Sarah, I'm wondering, when you feel bad, how do you know that results from your bodily state? And is there any good training program to help us better distinguish from bodily states and emotions?"
So I mean, this is a great question. I think that bodily states are the seat of emotions. So yes, there can be cognitive elements on top of that, but in order, like, what gives the emotionness, the feeling states, what distinguishes emotions from cognition? And I would argue it's absolutely the body response. Again, I'm a neuroscientist. I love the brain, but the brain areas such as the insula, which are very active in emotional states, are absolutely tied to autonomic changes as well. So in terms of the training, so the first answer to that question, we've just finished a series of studies where we are looking at interoceptive training. It's just undergoing its second, it's done answer to revisions, a clinical trial in autistic individuals to help train them to be more accurate at sensing bodily sensations as a means to help them regulate their anxiety. And also potentially help them understand more what they're feeling. If you have a better capacity to accurately detect what's going on in the body, you can potentially feel it more precisely and also regulate it better, because it's easier to tell if you're just starting to be anxious rather than if you're a full-blown anxiety state. You can tap into that signal earlier and regulate it. So yes, there are ways to train yourself and make you more accurate. Yes, that seems to be a way of also changing your emotional state, because anxiety can decrease. And I think that emotional experience, although it often has a cognitive overlay in the sense that bodily signals are not so undifferentiated, you can train yourself that you're just excited rather than nervous, because the bodily patterns of that look quite different, look quite similar. So you can change the cognitive overlay, but while they can be cognitively altered, I do believe that bodily states are the seat of emotions.
And so that interoceptive training is about being able to feel your heartbeat more accurately and being able to count that more accurately.
Yeah, it's about being able to feel your heart beats more accurately. We focus on the heart, but actually the autistic individuals that we worked with said that it helped them sense other bodily organs as well. So there may be a sense to which it's generalizable to other organs. Also, and this goes back to human connection question, which is because we don't just represent our own emotional states in our bodies, we also represent other people's in our bodies. If Wilson was doing something particularly scary, then you can see that my heart rate would often go up with his heart rate. There's lovely studies looking at sort of, the coupling of heart rates. So also potentially anything that helps you have better sensing of the body and yourself can also help you sense other people's emotions. And we also found, because also I want to talk about brains a bit more, is when we scanned these autistic individuals before and after this interoceptive training, we also saw changes in neurocircuitry associated with emotion, bodily states and regulation. Specifically, we saw enhanced connectivity of the insula, which is this lovely region that you see often activated in emotional states and also in monitoring the body. And this was more connected with other control and limbic regions following this training. So it can also change the connectivity in the brain.
All right, so I think that'll be that. So thank you, Sara, for that enlightening conversation, and everyone for your wonderful questions. I'm sorry that we couldn't answer a few of your questions. We will now have a 5-minute break. So if you need another cup of tea or coffee, now would be a great time to do so. We will be back at 11 with a presentation by Dr. Marwa Zein about the collective behaviors during COVID. See you then.
Hi, Sophie again. I'm going to introduce Judith, who's going to take us into our next speaker. Thank you, Judith.
Hi, so next up is a presentation on collective behaviors during COVID, presented by Dr. Marwa Zein, who is a research fellow at the Institute of Cognitive Neuroscience at UCL, but also at the Max Planck Institute. And her work investigates how people engage in social decision-making. If you have any questions during her presentation, please put the questions in the Q&A box below, and we will answer them at the end of the presentation. Thank you very much. And Marwa, you can start whenever you're ready.
Hello, everyone. So I'm just sharing my screen. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I hope you can all hear me well. So yeah, today I'm going to be talking about collective behaviors. So indeed, my work is on collective decision-making and collective actions. And I study the reasons that make us do collective decisions, so decisions with others and actions with others, as well as what are the benefits of making decisions and actions with others. So just to present you the benefits that we identify and work on. So of course, one of the first things you will think about is we make things with others and decisions with them because we want to get better. We want to get better as a group. So this is a motive that we call, and a benefit that we can call, the getting better as a group, the better performance, pooling our efforts and pooling our intelligence to reach a better results. And so because today is about COVID, I'm going to take an example related to that. And so if we take the example of vaccination, which is the current topic right now, we can think that the reason why we do and go and get vaccination, which is considered as a collective effort, because everybody needs to be vaccinated for things to get better, and for the country and us and everybody to get out of the current crisis we're going through. We can go and get vaccinated while thinking about these things, that, okay, this is the way that's going to make us get better if we all do and adhere to this collective behavior. Now, there are other reasons for us to do collective behaviors and actions. And a very important one is what we refer to as normative needs. So this is basically our needs to like to be in a group and to like to be socially included and to like to include everybody in order to reach fairness in some of the decisions and actions we make. And again, to come back to the vaccination example, and one of the main drivers of getting vaccinated may be to just do what everybody else is doing. So we want to do it because that's the social norm right now. And we want to do like everyone else around us, our family and friends. And we know from a lot of studies that indeed it's very important for us to do like others and be included in the group. And a final very important motive too for being with others is to share responsibility with others for difficult decisions and actions. And so sharing responsibility with others when we do decisions can help us reduce negative emotions associated to difficult and uncertain decisions. And actually, we know that, and we've done a lot of experimental work that shows that it can help us reduce the regret associated with difficult decisions, the blame, and also the stress. So you can imagine, for example, it has been shown that in medical decision making, for very difficult decisions like end-of-life decisions, people prefer to do this with others, with doctors, families, because this can reduce the individual burden of making such a difficult decision. And so again, on the vaccination examples, especially if we go back to the beginning, because now we have much more information and data about the effects of the vaccines. But at the very beginning, it was quite a stressful thing to do because we could be worried about it and its effects because we didn't know much. It wasn't uncertain and difficult decisions. And one of the reasons that may drive us to actually still go and get vaccinated is to think that that's fine, everybody else is doing, we're doing all of this together, and this may reduce some of the stress associated with this. So this was to say that in some of the studies that we did, indeed, we show that people do feel less sensitive to negative outcomes, like regret, and that people prefer to be with others in stressful situations, as I just said. Now, one of the things to be careful about is that sharing responsibility with others can also have negative aspects, because this is a phenomena that is well known in psychology since the 70s, which is called diffusion of responsibility. And this is basically the idea. So we also find that in the brain, when we share responsibility, we have a reduced agency being how much in control we feel for our actions and decisions. So we may just feel that we're less in control and contribute less and do less effort sometimes when we're with other. And typical examples of diffusion of responsibility are things like if somebody gets hurt on the street, we may not go and help them because we think, oh, somebody else will do that. And again, this applies to this vaccination example, because maybe some people will be thinking, I'm not that important. It's okay if I don't do it. But this can be dangerous, because if everybody thinks like that, then we cannot do the collective behavior that everybody needs to contribute to. And also we know that people have a reduced sensitivity to blame and may benefit from decreased blame when they're in a group. So they think a bit less about the blame when they are in the group. They may think that if we're a group of people doing something, then it may be okay. So if, for example, everybody else around them is not going and getting the vaccines, for example, the more there are vaccine skeptics, the more this becomes acceptable as a thing, because many people are doing so. And to go from that to another example that is very important in addition to vaccination during COVID, and that also requires us to do a collective behavior where we wouldn't want people to feel that they have a reduced responsibility because everybody needs to do it. And this is distancing behavior. So we have been asked to distance from other. It has been referred to as social distancing, physical distancing, since the beginning of the pandemic. And because we know that this is the way to reduce the spread of the disease. And what we call here adherence to distancing is actually doing distancing. So adhering to this rule that is distancing from others. And the distancing behavior is challenging because, as I just said, everyone needs to behave. So this is a collective goods issue where everybody needs to contribute for it to work. Now, why is it such a difficult thing to do? So of course, I think we would all agree here that in general, we like to be with others. And there are even there are studies that do show that people tend to seek very close contact, even with strangers, in very threatening situations. And obviously, this is one of the situations that we have been going through with COVID. So we need social contact, but at the same time, we're being asked to distance from others. So we have conducted a large global study on that to understand what makes people follow the general advice, the study was conducted in 2020, which at the time, everything was really mostly about distancing. And so then we had asked people whether they follow the general advice. They did an experiment online where they had to answer some of the questions that we asked them. And we asked them to answer whether they follow this general advice of distancing from others. Now, we didn't only ask them if they follow the general advice, which we refer to as adherence, as I said in the previous slide, but we also asked them how much they approved of these distancing measures, because we wanted to know how much they follow the advice, but also how much they agreed that this is the right thing to do. And now, importantly, we were interested in understanding how others influenced this decision. And because of that, we asked them about other people, so people from their social network, people from their country, and other people in the world, what these other people were doing, whether they were following the advice as well. And we also had questions, of course, about vulnerability and how much people felt vulnerable to the disease. Now, the idea of having this, all of these different people, is to have a sort of, have an understanding if we would be more or less influenced if people are close to us or further away of us. And the way we measure what we call the close circle, social network, is by asking people the number of people they contacted within the past week, whom they turned to for advice and comfort with a major problem. So basically, this would refer to friends and family in general. And to understand how people feel about their country, because of course there may be differences in how we act based on people on our co-citizens, based on whether we feel close or distance, or what we call fused to our country. And there is a measure that we do for that, where we basically ask people, like you see here on the circles. So the blue circles would be you, the participant answering this questionnaire here, and we tell them, okay, and there's this other circle that is the country, and how much do you feel close to your country? And so the more you go here to the right, the more you feel fused with your country. Now, what we found is that what influenced mostly, so here I'm going to put collective behavior. In our study, it was about distancing, but I'll add vaccination here because we can extend these results to collective behaviors like vaccination. And what we found here is that the most important, what influenced mostly people's collective behaviors in distancing here was how much their close circle, so how much people, friends and family, people they consider that are closest to them, were adhering, doing the distancing rules. And what was striking is that this was even a stronger influence than how much people themselves approved of the rule and thought it was the right thing to do. So it basically means that it matters more to me, I will go and get vaccinated if my family or my friend did it, more than if I actually think that this is necessarily the right thing to do, even though, of course, also this influences our behavior. But this was really the most important factor. Now, importantly, too, here, this influence of what people that are close to us did was more important than the influence of what people in our country or people in the world did. And what was very interesting with the country is that, so this measure that I talked about, the fusion with the country, also had a role in here, because people who felt that they were fused with their country did care about what people from their co-citizens did, and did follow the rules if the other people from their country did so too. So it really shows the importance of this normative aspect, both with our family and friends and with people from our country, if we feel that we're connected to our country, and the importance of actually making people connected with their country in such an important crisis. And so we also had other measures that had an influence there. So, for example, we asked people how much they believe that there will be a collective efficacy of doing the distancing behaviors. Of course, this influences, so still people think about performances, but they also think about collectivism, again, things related to normative needs. So these are questions like, how much would you sacrifice for the goods? And this kind of behaviors does help people go and do the distancing. And as I said, we also asked about vulnerability, and you can imagine that in a situation like COVID, vulnerability matters. So if I have comorbidities or I feel more vulnerable, this will make me distance more, but also the vulnerability of others. So if I have close ones who are vulnerable, then I will also be more careful about my behavior and do the distancing. And this was again related to how much the size of people's close circle. So the higher people's close social circle, the more they cared about their vulnerability to distance, which is really interesting and shows how much it's important to show the people around us our social support for them to care about themselves and distance. Now, we also had the measure of how much people trusted the science in general. So these are really basic, generally questions that just ask about how much do I trust the science in general and scientists. And what we found is that this did not have a direct influence on, it's not because I trust the science that I directly go and I directly distance. It did, though, have an influence on how much people thought this is the right thing to do. So if I believe in the science, I think it's the right thing to do. But still, what is more important for me is what others do rather than what the science says exactly. And finally, a very important thing there too is that we may think that, I mean, as I said before, we know that we need to be with others for our well-being. So we may have expected that distancing will diminish well-being. But what we found is that the more people distance, the better their well-being. And of course, there are reasons for that. So one of the reasons here is that we like to do, as I said before, like others. So just following the norms may help our well-being, but also following what everybody else is doing will reduce the burden of individual responsibility that we have. For example, if we go against the rules and we just feel that, okay, I'm doing what I can here to help. So it did help with people's well-being. So this suggests that humans' hypersociality may be the key to promoting collective behavior change during the COVID-19 pandemic, and has very important policy implications, because suggests that we should go beyond convincing individuals of the necessity of a certain action, and that we can create cohesive communities, whether local or national, and that we should go toward a social behavioral change. So just to come back on my initial framework, I hope I have convinced you of all these different reasons that aspects of our collective behaviors. And just to summarize a bit on the example that I was giving there, this really suggests that sometimes if you want people to do a certain collective behavior like vaccination here, so of course it's very important to tell people about the science and how important it is, because this has very important boost and a long-term effect. So it's important that we understand why things were done in this way or not for example, a future crisis that we may get into. But we can also reach a good outcome by leveraging on people's needs on people's normative needs. So the fact that they would do what people around them do, they would do what people around them too if they feel more fused with their country. So all of these things are very important. And also the responsibility aspects, that the fact that we may feel less stress, less regret with others may help us do even stressful actions and decisions because we are doing this with everybody else with a common goal, which is here in this case, the exit of the pandemic. So thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
So we have quite a few questions. The first one is, how might our decision-making be affected by the pandemic?
So I guess it depends. It's a very general question, and we do lots of decisions in several domains. Here, as I said, I took a particular example, which is getting vaccinated, and I talked about that in particular. But the pandemic is clearly a very stressful and uncertain situation on the decisions that we make. This could be also the decisions we make at work, decisions we make in our family. And so it's probably affecting us in several ways. So it's a very large question, yeah.
Okay, thank you. The second question is, are our cognitive abilities hindered by the limited social... Oh, sorry, I just lost the question. Are our cognitive abilities hindered by the limited social interactions that accompanied the pandemic?
So that's a very good point. I think that there are many studies now that are trying to understand whether, because we try to instead of seeing people interact with them as we're doing right now virtually, and we don't really know on the long term whether this will really change much. I mean, cognitive abilities is again a very large thing to look at. So there are many things in general. The absence of our social interactions, we would think about our well-being first, because others are important for our well-being, and having them around us must have been very difficult. For the cognitive abilities, well, this may be at play at work, the fact that we're not interacting with them. I mean, I wouldn't believe that it would really have an influence on our cognitive abilities per se, but maybe just because we felt a bit more stressed, we may have been a bit more less efficient, but that's completely fine. And I think the important message here is that I think it's completely normal if we felt that we were less efficient, and maybe it had a role because, I mean, the fact that we were not interacting with others, generally our motivation, for example, is to be with others at work, and this helps us think and be with them. And the fact that we couldn't do that and it was all virtual may have lessened our motivation, but I wouldn't believe that it would lessen our cognitive abilities. And I think it's completely fine if we felt less efficient during the pandemic. And yeah, it wouldn't have reduced them, I hope, yeah.
Next, Neil has asked, is there a relationship between perceived personal cost of a collective behavior and engagement in that collective behavior? i.e., I believe I will get a benefit from getting the vaccine, so will get vaccinated, versus someone who believes they will be microchipped by Bill Gates who won't get a vaccine.
Yes, I guess that's a very good point. And because we go with different priors and beliefs, and the cost for somebody who, for example, believes in the science. So I was saying that there are all these different factors. Of course, they're all interactive, and it depends on the people. So if you believe in the science and you believe that the vaccine is going to get you better, it will also facilitate your collective behavior. Whereas if you think that you're going to get a chip, or that you may get side effect from the vaccine that you wouldn't want to, or you don't want to get vaccinated, and you do it just for the collective, then as you say, for you, it's a higher personal cost. And the trade-off between the collective action and the personal cost will be more important in that case. And so this is why in some of the cases it's important to, try to not necessarily focus on, in that case, for example, if you're talking with people who believe some things that you believe are wrong, maybe not focusing on why it's wrong, but focusing on the collective effort would help, even though for them it's a higher personal cost.
Thank you. Then there was a question about, is there a difference in collective behavior during COVID between collectivistic and individualistic cultures?
So again, that's a very good point. We didn't have that. There is specifically a questionnaire that looks at that. So the collectivistic, individualistic cultures, we didn't have that. But the fact, in the last slide, I mentioned this briefly, but we did have a measure of what we call a collectivism. This one is not specifically to culture, but still it tackles this question. And generally, it shows us who are people who are more collectivistic, and people who are more individualistic. And the questions that we ask to know if they're collectivistic is questions like, I would sacrifice my own personal interest for the good, so really caring about people in one's country or other people in general. And that does have an effect, yeah. So the more people were collectivistic, the more they adhere to distancing. And so you may imagine that they would also, for example, adhere to a vaccination more, or to types of collective behaviors, and care less about personal costs.
Then Simonia has asked, what role does macro forces like power and authority and culture have on collective behavior?
So yes, this was quite of a subject, I guess, during the pandemic, because we saw that there were different ways with dealing between countries, with dealing with how to tell people about what they're doing. And so generally we would hear from an authority telling us, okay, now this is what should be done, or is not what should be done. And in general, I think most of the countries still try to base their arguments by taking into account the scientific aspects. So everybody was referring to the scientific committee because it would probably seem more convincing in that case than just telling people, okay, this is what you should do right now. So in general, we would hear this is what the scientific committee has decided, and this is what you should do. And this allows also for people who are in authority, this is a huge stress on them too. So in general, this helps them too in reducing some of the responsibility associated with these big decisions and what they're telling people to do. So we may be more or less sensitive on how we're approached, whether we're given an order to do something. I mean, of course, we did feel at some points that we had to follow orders because we had several lockdowns and several things that we had to do. But I think this idea of the people who are in authority trying to tell us that this is a collective effort, that this has there is the aspect that the scientists said that, and this refers more to the performance part that I mentioned. I think it's really important to also focus on saying that this is a collective good, that this is the only way, this is the way that we're getting out of all of this as a country together, and reassure people about the things that we were asked to do.
Irene has asked, how influential do you think the media has become? Is that what you mean by the world?
Okay, I see. Yeah. No, this wasn't what I meant by the word. This was really, so the way we're thinking about the word was really just asking people whether other people from the word, so, you know, somebody who's kilometers away that you just don't know, is doing. And this was not what we meant by words. Really just people that you, because with the country aspect, you still have some connections, even that there are many strangers in your countries. We feel that we're connected in a way because it's we're citizens from the same country, so this creates a certain group, and we may care about what people in our country do more than from another country. So this was what was meant there. The media is a whole subject on itself. So I think everybody discovered, I mean, this is why all the discussion on trust in science is very important, because I think the public discovered how science is an ongoing process, and the fact that we were going through the pandemic made the media told all of the steps that usually scientists may do behind the scenes. And so this was maybe one of the reasons why there may have been some of the mistrust, because things were said and then they were contradicted and then resaid and then something new happened. So I think it's very important to pay attention to that and how the science is communicated through the media, in a context like that.
So a media-related question was, so if the media promotes the idea that everyone is getting vaccinated, is it stronger than the science truth?
So yeah, I mean, of course, I don't want to say this, I'm sure this is stronger. I think all of these things are important, because the science is truth. And as I just said, and as it has been shown in many studies, this is something that is important for really long-term effects. So if we now convince everybody that vaccination is the right thing to do when there is a pandemic, then we can redo this behavior in a future pandemic. We really don't want to think about that right now, but let's say it happens in 5 or 10 years, then we would, if we integrated that this is how the science works and this is what we should do then by explaining to people the science behind it, I think it's great, and I think it's very important. So I don't want to at all give a message that this is not something we should do. But the thing with, yes, the media saying that everybody's doing, and I think this has been actually used. So a lot of in a lot of places, you know, people will say this is the percentage of people that have been vaccinated. You want to get vaccinated. I think this will help for short-term behavior more than explaining the whole science, especially that it takes time to explain everything and how it works and what are all the effects and why we should do it. So it may help on a shorter term to really just go and do the action now when we need an immediate action.
So I think we have 2 minutes left, so we're going to try to squeeze in one last question. Benedict has asked, did you find any interaction between trust in science and following the actions of others? For example, were people who had a low trust in science more or less influenced by the behavior of the people around them?
That's a very good question. From my memory, we didn't find a link there because we had tried, I mean, we did look at some of the interaction between them, but I can verify that another time and answer this by email if you're interested, yeah.
Okay, so now it's 11:30. We're going to have a 15 minutes break. Thank you very much, Marwa, and everybody for asking these questions. And we will come back at 11:45 for the panel mental health panel, chaired by Dr. Alex Pike. Thank you very much.
Okay, everyone. Welcome back to Mind the Brain 2021. I'm Alex Pike. I'm a postdoc and I work in the Neuroscience and Mental Health group here at UCL. I work primarily on learning and decision-making in anxiety disorders, and I'm particularly interested in catastrophizing. I'm going to be chairing this panel today, and I'm going to start off by introducing you to the rest of the panel, and I'll let them then say a few words about themselves. So first of all, Maddie Moses-Payne is a PhD student.
Hi there, my name's Maddie and I am a PhD student at the ICN in the Neuroscience and Mental Health group. I'm interested in a period of life called adolescence, so teenagers and young people, and I'm particularly interested in how adolescence constructs their sense of self and who they are, and also why most mental health conditions will show themselves for the first time during the period of adolescence. In terms of COVID and lockdown, I was particularly interested in how the lockdowns have affected the lives of teenagers and young people. Thanks.
Great. Taylor?
Hi, yes, I'm Taylor McLeod. I'm a final year PhD student in the Division of Psychiatry at UCL. My PhD is on the mental health of university students, specifically what's unique about students' mental health and how the mental health of students compares with non-students. So in terms of COVID, I'm particularly interested in the ways that students were affected that maybe other people their age weren't, or where certain impacts of the pandemic were maybe felt more or less by university students.
Great. Hugo?
Hi, my name's Hugo, and I'm a PhD student also in the Neuroscience and Mental Health group here at UCL. In my research, I'm investigating mental effort, which is this idea that we can vary how much or how hard we try when we're thinking, when we're using our brains. And I'm interested in both the kind of fundamental questions there about sort of why we have effort, why doesn't our brain just work at sort of 100% all the time, and also the links to mental health. So we know that different people sort of vary in how much they feel the cost, the kind of difficulty of exerting mental effort. And we think that potentially that might underlie some of the symptoms of conditions like depression.
Great. And our final panel member is Karel.
Hi, I'm Karel. My background is in medicine and cognitive neuroscience, and I'm currently doing a PhD in mental health science. I previously worked in the neuroscience and mental health group as well, and we were mostly looking at the cognitive mechanisms of depression. So that is how the way that our brains process information around the world is different in depression. And this remains the main focus of my work. And during my PhD, I've also done some work looking at the epidemiology of suicides. And so I was also interested in the impact that the pandemic has had on suicides and depression.
Great, thank you. So we're here today to discuss mental health and in particular how mental health has changed, or the relationship of the COVID pandemic to mental health. We would love it if you could put any questions in the Q&A box. And I know some of you have already sent some in when you've registered. So I'm going to start with something fairly general, which is just to what extent have more people experienced depression, or have less people experienced depression during the pandemic, which is one of the questions that people registered and submitted then. I don't know if Karel, you want to start off talking about this?
Yeah. The short answer is that it's actually quite difficult to know because the good data that we have so far is for the early stages of the pandemic, and we saw that there were different things happening at different stages of the pandemic. So initially, in the early months of the pandemic, we did actually see increased rates of depression, and then we saw that it actually got better a bit, but when we look at the data from the later stages of the pandemic, it was actually a different experience, and we may see some changes there. But I think I want to point one important thing about the whole thing of statistics in the pandemic about COVID is that the pandemic was not a uniform experience for everyone. And there's really this big danger that if we look at just the overall statistics for the whole population, we might just miss some really worrying trends happening in certain subgroups of populations and some vulnerable people. So the pandemic, we know that it was a mix of protective and risk factors, as we call it. And this was not uniform for everyone. So some people had a lot of the positive aspects. It just meant more time at home with family, perhaps less stress, less commuting. There was quite a lot of government support for some people, but some other people were exposed to a lot of the risk factors, the negative aspects. And this was not even for everyone. So some people may have only had the positive aspects, and some people may have the negative aspects. And it will be quite likely that the people who experience the negative things were the people who were already vulnerable and already at high risk for worse mental health. So there's this big really danger that if we look at just the overall statistics, that we might just miss something happening there. So we really need to focus on different people, different groups, so that we can see there. But yes, it's true that there is not a big evidence, especially from the high income countries, that overall there would be really high, worryingly higher rates of depression. Although, as I said, this was not true for all groups of population, and we saw it especially in young people, and especially some people with some other vulnerabilities. There actually were increased rates of depression.
Thanks, Carl. That's a really interesting and nuanced answer. I don't know if anyone else has anything to add to that. Yeah, Maddie?
Hi. I just wanted to touch upon what Carol started off by saying, which was that we don't have a lot of really good high quality data. And I guess it's kind of a really good place for us to start, just as a kind of caveat, that lockdown affected mental health, but it also affected mental health science. A lot of huge national surveys were paused, or they transferred to kind of remote interviewing or collecting data online, which affects how we can compare pre-pandemic and during and data that was collected during the pandemic. You know, there was difficulties with collecting sensitive data from home, so it's very difficult to ask people about self-harm or suicidality or, you know, domestic violence when they're in their homes, and that was kind of our only option for data collection. Lots of data sets didn't have any pre-pandemic data. You know, I think everyone was so keen, and obviously it's a hugely important issue to look at mental health during the pandemic, and so that kind of encouraged all of this data collection. But you know, you had to be kind of lucky to have the same measures pre-pandemic. And so it makes it very difficult to kind of look at how these trends have changed pre and during the pandemic. And I guess, you know, those that are going to respond to these online surveys are not necessarily a representative sample. So it's really important to say that, you know, the most vulnerable and deprived groups don't necessarily have access to digital devices, meaning they're not really able to take part in these studies. And we often end up with groups of kind of affluent, very highly educated people in these samples, just because they tend to have access to digital devices, and then that's how we were collecting data. I think there's a common misconception. I thought this was really interesting. You know, there's a common misconception that a really large sample means that it solves this kind of bias in recruitment, that we have a representative sample just because we have thousands of people. But there was this example of a study conducted in China on the effects of lockdown. They had over 52,000 respondents, which is amazing, a huge sample, but 65% of the sample were female in a population. We know in China there's significantly fewer women than men. And so just that kind of simple example shows you the difficulty, and I think it's just really good to have that caveat just at the beginning of this discussion to say, you know, not all data is born equal, and we've had a really difficult time kind of collecting really high quality data to look at these changes across the pandemic, which I think is why it's kind of difficult for us to make really, really strong claims about how mental health has changed over the pandemic. So just to start with that caveat, I thought I should mention, and I thought, yeah, it would be a good thing to add on.
I will just expand on this. There's just another thing that we need to look at, as Marty said, we need to look at the trends before the pandemic. One of the things that we could see in media all the time, I saw it, is that claims that antidepressants prescribing is at record high, which it is, but also it's important to say that it's within the trend and it's been increasing for decades actually. So it's just the rates are not higher than we would expect based on normal trends. So it's not really, we can't really say that it's because of the pandemic. If anything, the rate of increasing prescribing actually slowed down a little bit during the pandemic. So yeah, that's another thing that we need to another caveat when we look at the data. We need to just account for the trends before.
Yeah,
definitely. So there's been a follow-up question to that in the Q&A. So one of the attendees has asked whether there's any particular reason that after a while depression might have reduced or got better, or there might have been less of an increase as the pandemic went on, beside the fact that the data might be affected. So my initial thoughts on that are that initially during the pandemic, things were very stressful and very different, and there was a big change. Whereas now we've had a year or so where we've had to learn to live in a certain way, and we've learned to adapt. Humans are very adaptable, and we heard a bit about plasticity earlier from Sophie's introduction. We've learned how to live within these constraints, even though we might not like them as much. It's less acutely stressful, and there's less acute uncertainty about what's going to happen next and what COVID even is and what the government will do next. So I don't know if Karel, seeing as you were the one who sort of mentioned that, you had any additional thoughts?
I think that's exactly what Alex is saying. We as humans are mostly incredibly resilient. So when we face some difficulties, most of us will cope well. So initially we might get worse, but over time we just develop some strategies how to deal with it. And this will be true for most of us. So when we look at the data, that's exactly what we see. We see that more than 80, maybe 85% of people were doing just fine. And even though some of them initially got worse, but it's important to say that it's important to make this distinction between a clinical diagnosis and just worsening of mental health symptoms. So just the fact that people got worse when we ask them in regular questionnaires doesn't necessarily mean that they became clinically depressed. What we talk about is actually it's not clinical diagnosis, it's just the levels of mental health, which we assessed using tools which are similar to the way we diagnose clinically, but it's not exactly the same thing. So the trends in the diagnosis were slightly different, but it's also quite difficult to look at just the rates of clinical diagnoses, because the services have been reduced and people may have not went there, and so it's actually not so easy to tell from just the rates of clinical diagnoses.
The other thing, Alex, you mentioned uncertainty there. The other thing I think is expectations as well. So going into the pandemic, I think a lot of people had the expectation that it probably wouldn't be that big a deal, or that the other thing that I think people started to think at the beginning was that there were kind of two outcomes. Either you got it and it was serious, or you got it and it was self-limiting for 2 weeks and then you got fine, you improved. And so when that didn't necessarily happen, and we're, I think, going to go on to talk about sort of long COVID and that kind of thing, but when the picture became a lot more complicated and it was different to what people, I think, were initially set up to expect, that may have had some initial effects, which now that we sort of generally as a population have come to sort of expect the lockdown and understand the stats and the things that we're seeing in the sort of public health messaging a bit more, it's kind of settling down, and as Carol says, people are learning to adapt, I think.
Definitely, thank you, Hugo. So we've had some more specific questions in the chat, but I'd just like to start off by saying, so we obviously all work in a university environment, and some people have said maybe that lockdowns and the pressures of COVID have been very different for university students. So I just wondered if, Taylor, you could comment a little bit on whether students have been more affected by the pandemic than other adults have.
Yeah, I think young people overall have had a pretty bad experience compared to a lot of people. But thinking more, about students and that sort of age group, I think they have had a bad experience. I'm aware that lots of people in the audience are probably students, but I think it's that sort of initial disruption that we kind of said that, like, then maybe you adapt to, maybe you don't, that the sort of disruption that students experienced initially of, when switching to remote learning, we're not sure how that's going to work, worry about exams and assessments, students maybe having to go home from wherever they live at university or leaving their accommodation, then international students as well, worrying about whether they'll be able to get home to their families, or whether they should go home to their families. I think that was a particular problem for students. But students are resilient like everyone else, so it remains to be seen what the sort of long-term mental health effects of all that is. But yeah, I do think a lot of the sort of very unique aspects of being a student meant that things were harder, like things like living away from home, but sort of in a temporary way that is not really your home, and then having to return to a family home and things like that must have been really tough for students.
Great. And so people in the chat have also been asking about how it's been different in general for young people. And we also had a question during registration about how it was different for teen brains and those who are developing. So maybe, Maddie, you could comment briefly on that. Yeah, sure.
So I guess just to start with kind of the overall trends, we know that the mental health of young people has been deteriorating over the past 20 years. And this year we are seeing kind of worsening of mental health symptoms compared to previous years, although it's unclear yet whether that's kind of, just as Carol was saying, it's unclear whether that's just the normal trajectory, or whether there's a higher than expected increase in mental health symptoms this year. There are a few studies that have kind of pre-pandemic data and have a kind of representative sample, and they tend to show generally that there's either no change or a small kind of worsening in symptoms for people who didn't have a probable mental health condition before the COVID pandemic. Interestingly, and kind of on one of the previous points, for those with a probable mental health condition before the pandemic, it looks like there was an improvement in mental health symptoms during lockdown. There's some data from the National Institute of Health research that shows that children who had a probable mental health condition, and I say probable because they're not using kind of diagnostic tools, we're just measuring symptoms, and those people who had a probable disorder showed an improvement in lockdown. And I guess a really interesting question is, why is that? One obvious factor is school. I think, going forward, we really need to think about this. I went to a talk by Tamsin Ford, and she was saying, there's not many serious risk factors that we kind of force everyone to do. So that we have to think about how the school environment is impacting on these young people's mental health. I think it's kind of worrying that when you take them out of school, their mental health is improving. And really what we need to think about is what we can do at a kind of whole school level to protect those young people's mental health and well-being. Another interesting finding was that for some, depression and anxiety symptoms seem to either stay the same or get worse, there was a decline in risk-taking behaviours, so cigarette smoking and alcohol consumption, which, on the surface, this looks like a positive impact of the lockdown. I think obviously it is positive that there's less of these kind of like dangerous risk-taking behaviours like smoking and alcohol consumption in young people. However, I think it's kind of indicative of a change in adolescent behaviour, which is that there's much less time unsupervised with their peers. And we know that risk-taking can be a kind of important developmental tool for adolescents. So taking risks, with friends is a way adolescents use to learn about themselves, learn about their peer groups, and there are kind of safe risks that can be taken. And adolescents hanging out with their friends without their parents present or in the next room listening into their conversation on social media, it's probably a really, really important kind of learning experience in that developmental period. So yeah, overall a mix of results, and it's unclear whether there was a kind of serious impact, a really, really extreme impact on kind of depression and anxiety symptoms, but I think there's some really interesting improvements and changes in adolescent behaviour during lockdown.
Yeah, Taylor?
Yeah, I just wanted to add as well, because I guess there's a bit of overlap in what the work that Maddie's talking about and the sort of age that students often are. And I think Maddie's picked up on a really important point of sort of what outcomes we're looking at, because I think we will see a fair amount of research in the next months and years saying that, yeah, sort of alcohol and substance use levels and maybe sleep disturbances and things like that in students might have decreased, which might look like sort of good outcomes, but then that's obviously likely because they weren't socialising and going out and having fun at university, and therefore is the trade-off of that sort of increases in things like loneliness, and I guess just sort of dissatisfaction with the university experience and perhaps what they hoped it would be, and building support networks at university, which is really important when you're away from home and in a new environment.
Definitely. And we've had a follow-up question in the chat for Maddie, which is related to some of the other questions that we've had as well, also in the chat. So April says that she's interested in the comment that some people or some children showed improvements in mental health during lockdown. Do we think this is the same for some adults, perhaps introverts or those who experience social anxiety?
Yeah, for sure, this is related to Carol's point earlier about kind of different groups of people, and how for some people the lockdown would have had a really detrimental effect, and for others it's an improvement. I think it's interesting that a lot of the data shows that if you already had a mental health condition, there was a slight improvement. I think there are lots of things about having a mental health condition that makes the real world very challenging. And like the person who asked the question mentioned, social anxiety, for example, seems like a really good example of this. I think it's for some people, it would have been a perfect excuse to not have to see other people, and to not have to face those really challenging scenarios. In terms of teenagers, I think a really obvious example would be if teenagers being bullied at school, or finding school a very challenging environment for multiple reasons. So yeah, I think it's definitely possible that for some people, specific groups of people, the lockdown will have kind of eased their symptoms because they're not having to face these really challenging scenarios daily.
And on that point, Constance has asked or has said that, is there any evidence suggesting that people with mood disorders before COVID may actually be doing better because their previous pessimistic predictions seem proven correct, or because they feel less alone now that everyone mentions feeling isolated. So I don't know if any of you have any particular comments on this. My sort of intuition would be that that's possibly correct, but not necessarily helpful in the long run. So obviously at the moment, things are very, you are correct probably if you disbelieve the more positive messaging about we're going to come out of this in 2 weeks and everything will be back to normal. You'll be in a nightclub by the end of June. I mean, maybe it will happen, but it's unclear. So I think that sort of more pessimistic view in some ways has been reinforced, but it will be interesting to see whether when we come out of this, that will then prove to be detrimental, because you'll have had those feelings of justifiable pessimism even more entrenched or rewarded. And the same with isolation as well. So I think actually for a lot of people, particularly those who struggle to go out and see people, there's been a lot more interaction on Zoom. I've done more Zoom quizzes this year than I ever really had hoped to do. And actually, if you're struggling to go out socially, or maybe you're afraid of public transport, or if you struggle to be in a crowded place like a bar, then actually these things might be helpful for you. But equally, we know that in anxiety disorders, it's very common. You can often improve anxiety symptoms by limited exposure to these things, and then learning that actually nothing bad does happen if you're in a crowded bar. And so you're also not getting the opportunity to learn that these situations like bars or buses or large crowded stadiums are actually not as bad as you might think. I think
Constance has raised a really interesting kind of point that we probably discuss quite a lot in our groups, which is the kind of distinction between adaptive and maladaptive behaviours. And I think that's something that we're kind of often asking in our research. So, I guess a good metaphor is everyone needs a fire alarm, and you want your fire alarm to go off if your house is burning down, but you don't want it to keep going off every time you just fry a couple of eggs. And maybe if you're feeling extremely anxious, your fire alarm's going off a lot when you're frying eggs. But the lockdown has kind of given us this, or COVID in general has given us a kind of legitimate worry. And so it gets difficult to distinguish what's adaptive, helpful levels of worry and stress, and how those might impact how people kind of stick to lockdown rules, for example, or are more willing to adhere to wearing a mask, etc. And then maladaptive responses that maybe, aren't in proportion to the level of threat. But I think it's a really, really interesting hypothesis about behaviour, but it's kind of remains to be seen for now. But it's definitely interesting kind of distinction to think about.
And I think it's going to be a really interesting time, particularly over probably the remainder of this year, seeing how people adapt as we now start to unwind all of the measures that have been put in place for the last year and a bit. Because as we said, people have been adapting to the kind of new normal. And so, I imagine that there'll be some people that will be sort of itching to get back out there and go back to how things were, and another population of people, possibly the people that have kind of benefited in terms of mental health from the kind of measures that we've seen, that it's going to be harder trying to get back to normal. And it's very difficult to say which way that's going to go. I don't think we can know which way it's going to go, but it's going to be really interesting to observe that, and hopefully get a better understanding of how people adapt.
I just wanted to add to what Maddie and Alex was saying about how the pandemic made it easier for some people because it made more easy for them not to face some difficult situations. And we know that this is something that people, especially with anxiety and depression as well, do, avoiding difficult situations. And this can temporarily decrease your anxiety, but in the long run it just increases it because you're not facing the issues, and it's not a good coping strategy. And this might be the case of that, like the pandemic and the lockdowns really gave people a good opportunity with high levels of anxiety to avoid things, but that may not necessarily be good for them in the long run. So we may see that they feel relief, but actually it may get worse. And another thing is that even though I really like it's an interesting hypothesis about the pessimistic scenarios being confirmed now, but still it's important to realize that it is a difficult thing, even though, so just being, you may feel better because you were proven right, but you're still in a really difficult situation, which will make things worse for you, and which is a risk factor for worsening of your mental health symptoms.
Or possibly, having sort of come up with all these adaptations in society, which are sort of benefiting people with conditions like anxiety and depression, possibly going forwards, it might actually make life easier for them, because we're all used to doing things on Zoom now. I imagine even as people go back to offices, more meetings will be done on Zoom. People will be working from home more, and actually the benefits to an extent may carry on through.
Yeah, I think on that point, sorry, Alex, that will be beneficial. Yeah, like you said, for lots of people with mental health problems, and for students too, because I think a big problem for students with mental health problems is the continuity of care, of sort of you may be in touch with services where you're from or where you've grown up, and then you move to another city for university, but you're coming home for like months at a time, so it's often unclear where you want your main care to come from, whether you keep with your home team, and then the services might be different where you've moved, or you might not qualify for those services, or you might have someone you really trust that you like to work with, and previously you'd have to make that difficult decision between the two. And then also at the times where you weren't in that location, if something happened, it might be difficult to get in touch with your team. So now if the services are more comfortable working remotely, it might be easier to get that continuity in, and sort of avoid gaps in your care for mental health problems, and for students with other types of disabilities too.
Definitely. I think that's a really important point about continuity of care that we often miss when people go to university, or when they bridge between child and adolescent services and adult ones. We've touched on this already, but Connor asked in Sarah's panel, but we think it's quite relevant to us. Do you think there will be a long-term impact of this pandemic on mental health, especially considering the many lockdowns and reduced physical interactions we have with people? And Connor was particularly interested in how this pandemic might result in an increase in PTSD, particularly in healthcare workers, and anxiety-related disorders. So I think I'm not sure in terms of what we know I'm not sure what we know of how long this will last and how long the impact of this pandemic will be. I'd like to say that we're quite resilient, and that most people will, after this year or two of uncertainty, will go back to closer to normal. But I think in terms of healthcare workers, it's a really interesting question, because so many healthcare workers have been exposed to so much more death and suffering than they would normally have expected, even within the remit of the role. I wonder if, Karel, you'd like to comment as someone who's trained as a doctor.
Yeah, I think this is a real worry, and especially because there is just no time for all the healthcare workers to be supported the way they should be supported. So obviously, providing care was prioritized, but it was at the expense of their own mental health. And I think this is a real worry. We don't know yet, but it is something that we do see some trends showing that this might be the case. And I think this is definitely a priority, definitely something we should look at and really provide support for healthcare workers.
Definitely. I think the other thing in relation to healthcare workers that is potentially relevant is that a lot of people got drafted in sort of from across the NHS to work in COVID wards or more acute wards, whereas maybe typically their specialism would be something else. And so those are people that maybe weren't necessarily emotionally prepared to deal with the kind of levels of suffering that people have experienced during COVID. On a related, oh, sorry, Hugo. Oh, I wasn't sure whether you were commenting. No, okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say exactly that, because one of the most stressful thing when you're a healthcare worker is when you know that you could help, but you can't really, because you don't have the resources or you just don't have the time, or you can't really. And this is a really stressful thing when you face with patients who need your help and you just can't give it to them. And also so this is definitely a thing that they were not prepared for. It's this thing that every single one of the people I spoke to were dealing with. This like idea that we need to do more, but we just can't.
And I think we'll do one final question and then we'll sort of sum up. So Agatha asked, said, when we talk about mental health symptoms, we normally refer to things like depression and anxiety most commonly. Do you have any data on how other disorders like schizophrenia, OCD, bipolar disorder, etc., have changed during the pandemic? I think I've seen data saying that OCD has potentially got worse, and I think we can all imagine why that might be. Typically, OCD, if you have, for example, an obsession to do with germs or to do with cleanliness, and your compulsion is excessive cleaning, that's been very much rewarded during the pandemic. I remember points where people were wiping down all their groceries with Dettol, and that's obviously not reinforcing the message that actually most surfaces are not harmful, which is one of the common ways that people with OCD are treated is via that exposure to things like germs that could be harmful and learning that actually it's okay. So I don't know if anyone has any other comments on any of those other disorders, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder. Not particularly. The other thing in terms of bipolar disorder is I imagine it would be very, very difficult if you'd been manic during one of the lockdowns in the last year, because mania obviously results in a lack of regard for rules and a tendency to perform risky behaviours. It often results in things like excess spending and shopping, or performing sexually risky behaviours, or going out more, seeing more friends, doing more things. And I can't imagine really how that manifested for people who were experiencing those during the lockdown when most of those things were illegal. So again, I think we probably don't necessarily have strong data on how that's changed, but I imagine it would have been a very different experience and actually probably much more difficult to support someone, because not only are the things they want to do then risky, they're also illegal, and so there are potentially much more serious consequences. There's one final quick question we're just going to address, which is Irene asked how we actually study these things, whether we just ask questions or whether we do things like MRI. So we do generally a lot of cognitive tasks. So people do play games on a computer. They're often quite boring, but from those we learn things about how people are making decisions and how they respond to rewards and punishments. We also have, some of us have been involved in MRI projects where we scan people who are experiencing various symptoms, or maybe they're also doing one of these tasks at the same time. We try and understand which brain areas are active, and how different areas of the brain are connected to each other and communicating when we're solving these different problems. We also do a lot of self-report questionnaires, so when people report what they're doing. And I know, Taylor, you do more epidemiological work.
Yeah, so my work's much less hands-on and sort of directly brain related than these guys, but yeah, I usually work with sort of fairly large data sets. So I've just recently done a project with ONS where I used a large cohort of data that had been collected for sort of 10, 15 years with I think it's like 15,000 people, and then compared the mental health outcomes of people who went to university and people who didn't. So then using that, because you've got a large amount of data and it's more likely to be representative of the population, you can sort of draw conclusions more widely that might be more applicable there. And then I also have conducted surveys as well. I did a mental health survey at UCL for my PhD, and I'll be using that data to look at how students' mental health has changed over time.
So I don't know if anyone has any sort of final statements or comments they want to make to sum up, and then we'll sort of wrap up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing, that we asked like what the effect of the pandemic was on mental health, but I think it's important to say this is not a given thing. It's not set in stone. So this is a living, evolving thing, and we know that we do have effective treatments or interventions for people who are struggling. We do have them. We just need to make sure that we use them, and that we search for the people who are struggling, and that we provide them the support. And we've seen in the past, during big crises or recessions, that there was worsening in mental health, but also we saw that this can be mitigated by support. So we saw that, especially after the financial crisis in 2007 and then on, that there were big differences in countries which went through the austerity way and reduced services, and then in some other countries which still provided a lot of support for the people who were struggling, the worsening in mental health actually wasn't that bad. So it is not an unavoidable thing. It's there's been a lot of emphasis on mental health from early on in the pandemic, but I think it's important that it's not just a just thing that we say. I think it's a really thing that we need to act on, and we need to make sure that we actually do support the people who are struggling.
Yeah, I would like to echo, I thought you summed that up really nicely, Carol. Just to echo a similar message for young people, that there are, we need to really be focusing on kind of figuring out who the people at risk are. And there are definitely pockets of the UK who are under extreme financial insecurity or even housing. And we've seen a lot about food insecurity, which is obviously just ridiculously unacceptable in 2021. And, those are the children, children in families that are struggling to put food on the table are going to be the ones who are most vulnerable. And I think having schools closed meant that the eyes and ears, schools act as eyes and ears for identifying vulnerable children. And that was a kind of major impact of school closure, was that, we weren't able to identify those that were at the most risk. But if we, really put an effort into doing that, and really seeking out those young people that need our help the most, we will see a kind of positive impact of that. But it's definitely about increasing funding for those kind of services for children and adolescents and adult mental health services.
And on a sort of positive note as well, I think it has been interesting that we have been talking a lot throughout the pandemic about mental health in a way that I don't think we would likely have done in the past. So although there's obviously a lot of work to do in terms of knowing how to intervene and help people and then actually doing it, I do also think we need to sort of be positive that actually, we at least are recognizing and talking about these things, which is good.
Okay, great. Does anyone have anything to add? I think we'll wrap up now then. Thank you everyone so much for sharing your thoughts and views, and thank you to everyone who asked questions. And I'm sorry we didn't get to all of them, but it's lovely to see, as people have said, so many people engaged in trying to understand mental health, and we hope this continues beyond the pandemic, not just now. So the next speaker will be Sara de Felice on social learning in the Zoom era. And I hope you all enjoy that and the rest of the day.
Thank you. Hi, can you hear me okay? So
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I'll share my slide. Okay. Hello, everyone. It is a great honor for me to be part of this amazing event, and I'd like to thank the organizer and for having me, and thank you all for being here. I work in the social neuroscience group led by Antonia Hamilton, where I am completing my PhD. As a group, we study social interaction in lots of different contexts, looking at both brain and behavior. When the COVID-19 pandemic started, we asked ourselves how social interaction and the lack of it could affect learning specifically, if at all. When I was invited to give a talk here, I wondered for a while about the best format to present my research. Since this work is extremely relevant and has important insights for the present condition, but also for the future of education, I really wanted to make sure to present what we did and what we found in the best way possible, so that the message could be delivered loud and clear. So I think I came up with the best solution. I just thought that I'll hand it over to you. So I want to use the 15 minutes of my talk to give you the time to read about our research. I will leave you to read the script of my talk, and I'll meet you in 15 minutes time for any questions you might have. Okay, how many of you have given up already, or wandered off, or went to make a cup of tea? If so, please come back. I hope I made the point clear enough. It is much harder to get new information in when there is little interaction with the speaker. Okay, so now I'd like you to spend about 30 seconds trying to think about the time when you learned about any of these activities, like riding a bike, or about everyday 8 wives, or the last Roman emperor, depending on where you went to school, or about a word that you struggle to pronounce. I'd like you to picture the moment, the context, the situation when you learned any of these things. So if you can spend a couple of seconds really trying to picture in your head that memory. Were you thinking about something like this, or more something like this? If we were physically in the same room now, I'd ask to raise your hand, but this is not possible now. So I guess in this context, for those of you who are registered and are attending this talk through the Zoom link, maybe you can write in the chat if you want. But I'm quite confident that most of you recall the situation more similar to the one on the right, with other people involved, either in a classroom or with a caregiver if the memory was from childhood, or a colleague or a friend if it was a more recent memory. So I hope that by now I've convinced the majority of you that human learning is social. It's something that we do together. We learn from and with other people all the time. But for those of you who are still skeptical, you don't need to trust me. Science has given quite a bit of evidence that learning in social context is better than learning in isolation. And I want to give you just a few examples of that. We know from studies conducted with children that social interaction is crucial for development. Babies and children need to have a rich social environment in order for the brains and cognition to develop healthily and fully. We also know that the more interactive an environment is, the better the learning. Other studies with clinical populations also show how there seems to be a link between all those social skills that we refer to as social cognition. For example, the ability to communicate efficiently how we feel and what we mean to others, or to put oneself into someone else's shoes, and learning. So that when social cognition is impaired, also learning difficulties seem to emerge. So I hope that this should give you an idea of how much social interaction and learning are in fact interconnected. But then what about remote schooling during the last year? How has our learning been affected by reduced social interaction during the pandemic? We designed an experiment to find out. We collected some obscure objects, including exotic food, animals, musical instruments, and ancient tools. And we asked people to join Zoom class. I included here an example. I hope it plays okay. And we asked people to join this Zoom class and to learn facts about these items. So here I'm just giving information about this musical instrument, kalimba, to a participant. But the Zoom class was not always the same. So we varied something in the way we delivered the teaching. We manipulated two important things: social contingency and social richness. What do we mean by that? Social contingency, it's simply how interactive the session is. So if there is a back and forth between the teacher and the student or a group of students. Social richness instead refers to how many social cues are available to the audience. For example, can you see the face of the teacher, their eyes, their hands, can you hear their voice, etc. I've included here some examples of different teaching formats, just to give you an idea of what we mean by that. A situation like a classroom, where you are in a group learning face-to-face with other people, is both socially contingent and socially rich, because you can interact and you can see everything about your partners. While other situations like learning on the phone could be socially contingent, because you can have a chat in real time with the teacher, but you cannot really see much of their face or body language, which makes it low in terms of social richness. In contrast, when you learn from a pre-recorded video, like I hope you can see my cursor in this situation here, when you learn from our pre-recorded video, you can see lots of details about the teacher, so you can see their face, their facial expression, but the situation is not really contingent because there is no live interaction. While ultimately, when you learn from a podcast, for example, you have a situation which is quite poor, both in terms of interactivity, because it's pre-recorded, and also in terms of social richness. So we created 4 experimental conditions, one for each possible scenario. In the live face condition, we have a situation in which our participant was learning in a live video call and the teacher's face was fully visible. So the teaching was interactive and the situation was quite socially rich. In the live hand condition instead, the learning was still interactive because the call was live, but the teacher was not showing their face, so only the hands were visible. In the recorded face condition, participant instead was learning from a pre-recorded video of another participant. The teacher's face was fully visible, but the call was not interactive, was pre-recorded. And finally, in the recorded hand condition, we have a situation in which we have both low social contingency and low social richness, because again, the teaching was pre-recorded and the face of the teacher was not visible. After our participant attended the class in each of these different conditions, we measure how much they've learned about the different objects. This is what we found. So in this picture here, the little dot is the learning score of each single student, each single participant, and the big blob is the distribution of the overall group in each condition. We found that people remember more things from the interactive class compared to when they learn from recorded videos. And also, when learning from recorded videos, seeing the face of the teacher helped. So at this point, we asked, what happens if instead of the hands, we show something that is even less social? So something that actually it's more commonly used in nowadays online learning, like a slide. So what we did was we replicated the initial experiment, but instead of having the view where only the hands were visible, we included a slide. So in this case, the teacher was just speaking, but the camera was completely off for these two conditions here where social richness is low. This is what we found. Again, the little dots are the individual score for each participant, and the big blob is the distribution of the overall group. For the second time, we found that when learning in interaction, learning was better than when learning from recorded videos. However, there was a trend here that shows something quite different from the first experiment. When learning from a recorded video, seeing a slide was slightly better than seeing the face of the teacher. And I want to stress this one more time. Seeing a slide was better in the recorded videos, not in the interactive teaching. Okay, so let's have a slide now with our findings plotted for both experiment 1 and experiment 2, just to have a clearer idea of what's going on here. First, so there are two main conclusions that we can reach from these findings. First, interactive teaching seems to be associated with better learning performance compared to recorded videos. And we have found this in both experiments. Second, how rich a social situation is might impact learning differently depending on whether the student is part of the interaction or is just observing one from a recorded video. It seems to be that when learning is interactive, so in this slide here is shown in this round yellow circle. So when the learning is interactive, it seems to be that the face of the teacher helps. And both experiments have shown that. However, when learning is passive from a recorded video, having a situation which is easy to understand, like a simple slide, might be better, more beneficial for learning. So how can we make sense of all of this? Well, imagine that you observe two people interacting. You will naturally, this is just how our brain works. We just naturally try to decode what's happening in that social situation. So we try to understand and think what and how each of the person involved is feeling and thinking. If during this process, on top of that, you also have to learn new information, this might be extra hard. And instead, in a situation like this, just having a slide, just having to deal with a simple slide, might be simpler because it might remove all the distracting elements of the situation. So it might be a more simpler and efficient way to learn because you can just focus on the information that you need to remember. In contrast, when you play an active role in the social interaction, those social cues stop being distracting and instead become a useful way to communicate. Because it's easier when you can actually see the face of your partner and also show them your expression and gestures. You can basically communicate with them using both your verbal and body language. In other words, being part of a social interaction during learning might be an efficient and engaging way to connect and communicate, to achieve a common ground and share understanding where we can co-create knowledge, exchange information, and ultimately learn. And as such, it benefits from a rich social experience. I want to leave you now with this beautiful quote that someone attributed to Benjamin Franklin, although Google has some contrasting info about who is this quote from exactly, but it doesn't really matter. Tell me and I'll listen, teach me and I remember, involve me and I will learn. So if there is one thing that I'd like you to remember from this talk, it's this. Please turn on your camera view when you are engaging in video call online, especially when you want to communicate something and learn. Thank you to my supervisor, Antonia Hamilton, to all my great lab. Here we are in a COVID-safe meetup, just the 6 of us. and to all the ICN staff for making it such an amazing place to work. And to you all, thank you for listening, and happy social interaction.
Great. Thank you, Sara, for your incredibly interesting and beautifully illustrated presentation. We're just going to go through some questions now. So the first question is, have you done any research on learning with an advanced AI that can interact as opposed to learning with a real person?
Not me personally, but I'm aware that other people in my lab had, and they actually found, I can't remember exactly the precise pattern of result that they found, so I don't want to be incorrect here. But I recall that what matters the most is actually the social feedback that we get from our interlocutor, would it be a VR agent or a person. So there seems to be something about, yeah, this mutual feedback that we get from each other when we interact with other people that really matters. But it's definitely a really interesting tools to use, artificial intelligence, because we can really manipulate the elements that we want to investigate to really understand what contributes to what and to what extent. So yeah.
So have there been any benefits or anything that's been advantageous from this time educationally for children that could possibly be used to inform plans going forward?
That's an interesting question. I think any situation has pros and cons, so there'll always be something that we can definitely learn from what we're experiencing now. Probably one of the first things that comes to mind is the flexibility that moving everything online has given us. And especially for young children, one of the things that might have been very beneficial for all of them is the flexibility in terms of times to connect to the class, not having to wake up super early, which is quite disruptive for students at that age. So yeah, definitely the flexibility. It's a big thing that we can bring with us forward. Yeah.
So your research made really great use of the current scenario and is a really great example of real world experiments. But were you faced with any challenges in doing an experiment like this versus more lab-based ones?
It's very challenging, extremely. And probably this is why it's something that is not really done very much, because it is risky. It takes much more time, much more planning, and you just risk not to find a clean, easy to interpret pattern of results as an outcome. So, but it has immense value in terms of what we can conclude and how our conclusion as a scientist can actually inform society short and long term. So there is definitely value in that, but I do recognize that it's harder and more challenging, and you need much more resources. So in that way, I am privileged because I'm being part of a great group with lots of resources, lots of networks connection, but it's not easy all the time, yeah. But it's definitely the way to move forward.
Do you think there could be any children or students who may have actually benefited educationally during the pandemic? Or if there is any differences in social learning between different individuals?
By different individuals, do we mean like clinical populations or?
Yeah, with different clinical neurodevelopmental conditions.
Yeah, I think probably one of the biggest challenge in terms of education has been the lack of structure. So the fact that moving everything online, students have loosened the external structure of, having the class at that time in that building, having to wake up, go take the bus, go to school. they don't have that anymore. And that might have, in a way, increased a lot the effort that students, children, and family had to put to actually recreate that structure that was provided by, you know, the society outside before that. So in a way, it was more challenging, and in that sense, people that, I don't know, maybe have autism or other developmental disorder might have struggled even more, because they might have they might have needed more support to actually recreate that structure, and not feeling like too overwhelmed with, you know, it's like endless list of possibility of how I'm going to organize my time, what I'm going to do, how I'm going to log in, and
so the next question is, how might different brain networks be involved in the comparisons of your study? And following on from that, do you have plans to gather data from them too?
Yes, so we are, sorry, what was the first initial part of the question? Whether the, how I can see that now, yeah, how different brain networks be involved in comparison of your study. So we do think from previous studies and from what from other work that my lab has done, there are specific brain networks that are involved in social interaction in the first place, and as a consequence in learning in social interaction. These are mainly referred to like the social brain networks, which include like part of the parietal and frontal brain. We are at the moment currently doing a study face-to-face looking at brain activity when two people interact and learn from each other. So we hope to have results soon about that. It will be quite interesting we are particularly interested not to look at brain networks at the individual level, but how these brain networks light up together with another person, and how this coordination or synchronization, let's say, get altered depending on how much of your body is involved. So if you can see the other person face and eyes and body language, would that make a difference in what kind of brain area are activated and how much you learn from each other? So yeah, we are doing this work at the moment, but it's challenging during the pandemic. Yeah.
So this question, which I think is relevant to a lot of us, is why do you think kids or anyone turns their camera off when they're doing online learning?
Sorry, can you say that again? Why
do kids turn their camera off during online learning?
I think one of the main reasons might be that people are the fact that I am in an online setting and I can see my own view makes people really self-conscious, and just shutting them down make them feel like less vulnerable. So it's an easy way to like hide and just disconnect a bit. It's almost like having a superpower of being invisible, which obviously in real life we don't really have, so we might not even think about using it. But when we have the option in online learning, like, yeah, why not using it? But there is also, I think, something else that you feel like if you are the only one, or just a few of you showing the camera and everybody else is turning the camera off, you might just feel better just turning your camera off as well. So it's like there is also the effect of if 2 or 3 kids are turning their camera off for whatever reason, they might also influence the rest of the group. And there might be also like other socioeconomic reasons. It might be that they don't want to show the background. It might be that they feel very conscious about what's going on around their house, in their flat. It's a very intimate situation in which you actually allow other people, your own classroom and teacher and classmates, to enter part of, even if it was just like a little square, it enters part of your environment, your house environment. So there might also be an issue. Yeah.
So when comparing virtual interactions and physical interactions, would you say there's any long-lasting effects from the pandemic on our brains? For example, in social anxiety or stress?
I haven't really done any work specifically on that, and maybe people from the mental health group might have better insight than me. But from what I can see around and reading in research and for the things I've seen doing experiments on these topics, our brain is super resilient. So we might experience some long-term effects maybe in the next year, but they will quickly go away if we go back to normal, whatever normal means. We do adapt very, very quickly. And I remember a comment made by Sara at the very beginning of this conference saying that initially she was like, oh, I can only cope until May, and not last year when everything started. But in fact, we're all coping we had to cope for another full year, and we're doing it. So we are extremely resilient, and we're also very, very flexible in terms of adapting and readapting to whatever the situation around us might be.
Following on from that, do you think the increased screen time has resulted in our brains being over or understimulated?
That's complex. It's not easy. It's not. I don't think it's a one-way dichotomous answer. It's not like black or white. I think there are things that have been definitely overstimulated. We tend to be exposed to screen and light and text all the time to do whatever, like from work to socializing to sport. Everything is onto a screen. So that's definitely an element of overstimulation. But we're also being understimulated in other aspects of our life, like face-to-face, live social interaction, smell and taste from eating outside. And so it is definitely, I think, more than overstimulation or understimulation, probably the key here is unbalanced. There has been an unbalance in the way our sensory world has been exposed and the way we perceive the world around us over the past year, definitely.
Are there any studies, because obviously all of yours was done online because it was hard to do things in person, but are there any studies that have been able to investigate the differences in effectiveness of virtual versus in-person social learning?
There have been a few studies in the past, but they were very small studies. The majority of them were on children. Very little has been done on adults. And probably because it was not very timely, there wasn't really a clear intention to understand how social interaction and learning has been affected in live interaction or online. So there hasn't really been a clear comparison of the two. We hope that with the study that we're doing at the moment face-to-face, we can then compare the data that we will get from that study to the two studies I presented here done online.
I think we have time for one last question. So as you mentioned earlier, the children might be self-conscious and not want to be seen by others. Could this possibly have an implication of there being an existing correlation between self-perception or self-esteem and social learning?
Could be. Although in the study I didn't present this data here, but in the studies that I presented today, we also, as part of the experiments, we collected a bunch of other questionnaires that were measuring social anxiety and empathy and things like that. So, and we didn't find any correlation at all between how much people learned and how much social anxiety they experienced. This is the data we got from a relatively small study in adults. I'm not sure how this would translate to children. I can see how being more socially anxious would prevent them to engage, and in turn, less engagement could definitely result in less learning. So that might be a way to read this, but I'm not exactly convinced that there is a direct link between social anxiety and learning. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sara, and thank you to everyone for submitting your questions. But yeah, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for questions. We're also going to be emailing a link via Eventbrite for feedback form at the end of the event, if everyone could keep their experience in mind. We're now going to have a 30-minute lunch break and come back at 1:30 for a conversation with Sam Gilbert. Thank you.
Hi everyone, so welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. Myself and Megan will be chairing this conversation, and I'd like to introduce Sam Gilbert. Sam's an associate professor at the Institute of Cognitive Neuroscience, and he heads the Meta, Cognition and Executive Functions Lab, which myself and Megan are part of. So Sam, do you want to start by telling us a bit about what you do and what you're interested in?
Sure, thanks a lot for having me. So yeah, I'm particularly interested in executive function. So this is the set of processes that we use to control and organize our own mental activities. I've been interested in this for quite some time. I actually came to the Institute of Cognitive Neuroscience as a PhD student myself in 1999, where I did a PhD with Tim Challis, who is the founding director of the ICN. And I've been interested in this ever since. So I'm particularly interested these days in intentions. So what is an intention? What does it mean for an intention to be stored in a human brain, and how does it affect our behavior? And this relates to what's known as prospective memory, which is our ability to remember the things that we intend to do and to act on those intentions. So everyday examples would be things like remembering to buy milk when you pass a shop, or remembering intentions related to health, like to exercise or to remember to take medication, this kind of thing. And I'm really interested in the question of why is it so common that these intentions slip our minds? So we think that we'll remember to do something, and then we find that it's just vanished and it doesn't happen. So what's going on there, and what can we do to prevent that from happening? And so the recent work that we've been doing in the lab is focusing particularly on this question of how do we use technology to help us to remember? So we call this, well, it's an example of cognitive offloading. We all know that you can set reminders on a smartphone, or you can write things down. And so somehow our brain is able to kind of realize that it's not going to hold on to the information by itself. So it needs to send it out into the world, and that's going to be more effective. So that's my main research interest at the moment.
Okay, so to begin, as you know, in lockdown, many people have reported that they've struggled with their memory. So they might not be able to remember things, can't remember things that they've intended to do. Can you or your work offer any insight into this?
Sure. That's my experience as well. I think that this will be familiar to a lot of people, this sense of being a bit more forgetful and this feeling of brain fog, as people call it, that everything feels a bit fuzzy and you can't remember so much. I think probably there are several reasons behind it. That's unlikely to be any single explanation. And I think it probably varies quite a lot from one person to another. I think part of what's going on here is to do with the lack of variety that we have in our lockdown lives. So our days are quite routine and repetitive. And we know that, part of how the human memory system works is that it kind of separates out our experiences so that we can remember them as distinct events. And so we rely on that, on the context in which our experiences occur. There's some nice kind of evidence about this going back to the 1970s by Alan Badley and others, where they took divers and they had to learn lists of words. And they either did this above ground or they did this underwater. And they find that if you learn a list of words above ground, you remember it better when you're above ground. And if you learn it underwater, you remember it better underwater. And there are many demonstrations like this, that the context is a really important factor in helping us to remember. So these days, if you're spending most of your time in the same room, staring at the same computer screen, having very little variety in your experiences, this will mean that it's much harder to separate them out and then harder to remember them as individual events. So I think that's one of the main factors underlying this difficulty with memory that a lot of us are experiencing. I'm sure there are other factors as well. And of course, probably the fact that a lot of people are living with anxiety, there's probably potentially higher incidence of depression, stress. These factors also may play a role as well.
Yeah, so obviously lockdowns offered a lot of opportunities for our memories to be much more clouded and foggy. But do you think there's anything that can be done to counteract this?
So in relation to the point that I just made about the lack of variety, one thing you can do is try to introduce more variety into your life. So can you take a phone call while you go for a walk rather than sitting in your study, or introduce other ways in which your day-to-day activities are just a little bit more distinct from each other, so that then you're able to separate them out more effectively. The other thing that I'd mention, because it's so related to the research that we're doing at the moment, is this technique of cognitive offloading. So we know that we have very powerful memory devices in things like smartphones or in just a pen and a paper, and that we can make use of the external environment. So rather than storing all of the memories inside our brain, we can store them in the world around us. So it's really important, not just during lockdown, but in general, that we make the most optimal or the best use of these sorts of memory technologies. So how do you do that? I think that one of the main findings in our research has been that people either do or do not use memory technology, not so much based on how good their memory actually is, but how good they think that it is. So someone who thinks that they've got a great memory might think that they don't need to use any sort of reminders or tools like that. And someone who thinks they've got a terrible memory might think that they need to use these a lot. But actually, sometimes the way you think about your memory isn't accurate. So the best way to make the most optimal use of memory technology is to have a really accurate understanding of what you will remember and what you won't remember. So to learn about your insight into your own memory abilities, and that will help you then use technology to its best potential.
Okay, so as in lockdown, there's been more opportunities to use technology and offload. Do you think there are any negative consequences to this excessive use of technology that could be a result of lockdown?
It's a very interesting question, and it's one that I think comes up often in these sorts of debates. There's a lot of doom and gloom about this, I think. So you often hear people talking about how technology is really kind of harming our memories, harming our abilities. You sometimes hear people like Susan Greenfield has this term of mind change, which I think is supposed to be an analogy with climate change. And you hear phrases like digital amnesia or even digital dementia, the idea that by using too much technology, we are harming our mental abilities. So I have to say my own opinion is that I'm very skeptical of this. I think a lot of these concerns are overblown, and they're not borne out by any sort of evidence. I think one of the important things to remember is that these sorts of fears about how the latest technology is harming our abilities go back, for a very long time. So people have always worried that whatever is the new technology is going to kind of harm our memories. You can go back to the time of Socrates. So Socrates himself, over 2,000 years ago, warned that if people write things down, then they'll become forgetful, and that was a bad idea. And so it's not at all new, this idea that by using technology, we might be harming our memories. But really, it's only in the last few years that there's been any sort of direct experimental investigations to understand what might be underlying this. I think there's some evidence on both sides in terms of what could be a potential benefit or a harm to memory. I thought maybe Polina, could you perhaps describe some of the evidence to do with what harms there might be towards memory?
Yeah, so essentially I'm doing my research project on how photography might impair our memory. There's a phenomenon known as the photo impairment effect, and studies have essentially found that people going into museums, taking photos of exhibitions and their experience can actually lead them to have a worse memory of something than if they hadn't have taken the photo. And I think kind of the theory behind it is that by taking a photo, you're then relying on your digital device to encode and to store the information that you're supposed to be viewing and relieve your brain of it, which is essentially a type of offloading. But I think it's important to say that there's mixed evidence for this, which is what I'm investigating.
There's a lot still to find out about this phenomenon, I think. Megan, what about you? What are your thoughts about this?
Well, there's obviously like two sides to the consequences of offloading. So there are also positive consequences. So obviously when you offload, so say if you write something down and then you use those notes to remember it later, your memory for that will be better because you have those notes with you. But there's also another benefit, which is known as the saving enhancement effect. So when you offload So say you write something down or you save it for later, this actually can improve your ability to learn and remember other information afterwards. So there aren't only negative consequences of using technology.
So I think the picture is very mixed, that there is probably some potential costs. At the same time, there are some benefits. People focus very much on the costs. So you hear a lot of concern about how technology might be harming memory. And I think it's important to also think about it the other way around. So as well as potential harms or costs of using technology, there are potential costs of not using technology. So any time that you've forgotten to do something and you could have set yourself a reminder, that is an example of where you've actually perhaps had a cost of not using technology. And so we need to weigh the costs and benefits accurately and think about them on both sides. The other thing that I'd mention is that perhaps there's not so much an influence of technology on our intrinsic abilities, but certain ways of using technology might not be the most optimal way of learning and remembering. So we have a lot of discussions today about what's known as media multitasking. So where people are, you might be attending a lecture and you might be watching that on Zoom, but at the same time, you can have Twitter open, you can have your messages open, you can have instant messenger and so on. And by switching attention between all these different sources of information, that's probably not the best way to learn. So I think that's one possible consequence of lockdown, that if we are spending a lot of our time interacting with people virtually on a computer where there are many possible distractions, that might be harmful to memory, not because the technology is damaging our memory, but because it's too tempting to do something else. So I think that needs to be a consideration as well.
I think that's really interesting, because I remember speaking to you the other day about the idea of an attention span, and you saying that potentially maybe there's no such thing that is physically measurable, but actually it could be the distractibility of technology. So I think that's a really interesting point. So kind of coming back to lockdown and stuff, do you think there's anything that people can do to counteract kind of the negative consequences? I know we speak about using technology optimally, but I think there's quite a big fear, and I'm sure you get this quite a lot, whether lockdown will have impaired our memories going forward. So yeah.
I think the question of what can we do to counteract any memory problems related to lockdown is probably similar to the question of just how can you improve your memory in general, or how can you prevent memory decline. A lot of people are interested in this question in the context of aging, and certainly there is a lot of research done in this field. So people who stay mentally active experience less memory decline than those who are less active. Evidence like this is really hard to interpret because the cause and effect is hard to disentangle. So is it that staying active helps preserve your memory abilities, or is it that when people start to lose their memory abilities, that makes them less mentally active? So the cause and effect here is really hard to disentangle, but there definitely does seem to be some evidence that kind of mental activity is beneficial. You probably don't need to do brain training specifically. I don't think, unless you love Sudoku or something like that, I think there's very limited evidence for what sort of activity is the most important. Social interaction is also another factor, again, associated with preserving mental abilities as we get older. And then it's also, I think, really important not to forget physical activity. People tend to think that you need to, that it's mental activity that is the most important thing for staying kind of mentally sharp. But actually physical activity probably is at least as important, quite possibly more important. And we know, for instance, that physical activity can promote cell growth in the hippocampus, which is very important for memory. So, even under, hopefully we're coming out of lockdown now, but even under lockdown, there's no reason not to engage in physical activity and to stay mentally active through those activities which we can't do face to face. You can still, at least to some degree, do on Zoom and things like that. The other thing that I'd mention, as well as just kind of staying active, is to think about what strategies you can use to improve your memory abilities. I'm a big fan in the field of prospective memory of what is known as implementation intention. So an implementation intention is where you try to remember to do something, and instead of just thinking, I must remember to buy toothpaste next time I go to the supermarket. What you need to do is think of an if-then plan. So you need to link that intention to a specific cue that you're going to encounter. So you need to think to yourself, when I buy bread, I will remember that I also need to buy toothpaste. And so the intention, which would not ordinarily be triggered, as soon as you hold that loaf of bread in your hand, suddenly will pop into your mind. And this is something that you can apply to all sorts of intentions and activities. It's also important in terms of, for instance, maintaining kind of health-related intentions. If you want to, eat more healthily or do some other health-related activity, it's not all that effective just to think that's what I want to do. What is effective is to think, in this particular situation, I will then act in this way. So try to be kind of specific and link your intended activities to a direct cue that might trigger them.
Okay, so I think we'll start going through some questions from the audience. So we've got one here, which is, what is the relationship between mental fatigue and the pandemic?
That's a very interesting question. I mean, I think the whole question of mental fatigue is itself a fascinating question, because the mystery is not every mental activity feels fatiguing. So we know that, for instance, our visual system is doing incredibly complex work in allowing us to perceive and understand our visual environment. But that doesn't feel tiring to see all day long, even though it's incredibly complex what's going on from a kind of computational perspective. And yet other sorts of activities, like holding a lot of information in mind, for instance, they do feel fatiguing. You get tired of them after a while. So why are some mental activities tiring and not others? I think probably one of the most promising answers to this is that the sorts of mental activities which feel tiring are the ones which preclude you from doing something else. So just because I'm seeing right now, that's not stopping me doing any other activity. And so the part of my brain which is processing the visual surroundings is relatively restricted to just doing that one job. So it's not stopping me doing anything else. Whereas other parts of the brain, for instance, in the frontal lobe, which we use for the more kind of mentally fatiguing type of activities, they can be used for many different purposes. And if you're doing one thing, that stops you from doing something else. So that sensation of mental fatigue is often associated with the activities where you're spending all your time doing one thing and that's stopping you doing something else. And that sensation of fatigue is telling you, maybe you've done enough of that. I mean, you should switch to something else now. So if you apply that to the pandemic, why do we feel kind of mentally tired a lot of the time? I think that fits very nicely with that theory, because our lives have become more repetitive and restricted. So that very much fits the theoretical understanding of the sorts of activities that feel tiring, because we just have less variety. And therefore, one kind of consequence of that is that if you want to feel less mentally tired, again, trying to find ways of introducing variety, mental variety, into your life is probably the best way of acting on that.
Just leading on from that, we have a question in the Q&A box about, I know you've kind of covered some of these, but any ideas on how one can increase the variety and therefore learning in an online Zoom environment?
That's very interesting. Well, there are some trivial answers. So for instance, changing your Zoom background, and you were talking about context, that if you are always in the same, the visual cues always look very very similar, then that prevents you to kind of distinguish all the different things that you're learning. So I think trying to find just ways of sensory variety are probably useful for increasing the number of visual cues and sensory cues, which help you to distinguish different things. In terms of other activities, so I talked a little bit earlier about media multitasking. That's a bad idea. That obviously in terms of there may be more variety, but it's actually preventing you from engaging with the material that you're learning via Zoom. There is in the kind of the teaching profession a lot of emphasis on this idea of different learning styles. So people talk about being a visual learner or a kind of a verbal learner. As far as I'm aware, that's a bit of a myth. I don't think there's really any good evidence that different people have these different learning styles. And it's actually the conjunction of different types of information together, which make really good memories. So try to, try to bring together different forms of information if you can, rather than just focusing on one type.
Okay, so we've got another question about the lasting effects of the pandemic. So how might our cognition be affected in the long term post the pandemic?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's very hard to say, of course. We know very little, just on a kind of in a biological basis, we know very little about what impact there may be of actually having had COVID. There certainly seems to be, evidence that COVID does affect the nervous system. For instance, that the common symptom of changes in sensation of taste and smell, at least in part, probably relates to the olfactory pathways in the brain. So I think at the moment there is some very limited evidence to suggest that there could be some long-term consequences of having had COVID, but the evidence for that is mostly based on self-report, which is probably not a very reliable source of evidence. And it tends to have focused on people who've been very, very severely ill and have perhaps been in hospital in intensive care. In terms of people, the vast majority of people who've had been affected much less than that, I think it's still, very little known about that. In terms of just the long-term consequences of lockdown and the kind of changing activities, spending all this time on Zoom, my guess is that there probably won't be a huge impact. So I'm not one of those people who thinks that spending a lot of time on technology is radically altering our nature. And I think part of some of the skepticism or some of the ideas about damaging our minds through overuse of technology, I think what's kind of behind a lot of that is this sense that it's not human. It's like it's artificial, and that we're not being our true human selves. And I completely disagree with that. I think that our true human self is to be people who make use of whatever resources and tools and technologies we have available to us. So as a species, we are tool users, and we are, we don't do much thinking just with a bare brain. We think as part of our networks of social networks as well as physical networks. So I think the way that we've used technology over lockdown is perhaps not radically different from the way that we've always used technology. And so I am very skeptical of the idea that that's causing any kind of intrinsic damage. I think it's, there are certain kind of more kind of social issues in terms of the way that it's made people rethink their relationship with work, their attitude to technology. There's certainly been issues about the way that, by working from our homes and working on perhaps the same devices which we use for other things, that boundary between our work life and the other activities has been eroded a little bit. And I think those sorts of things are potentially quite significant, and making people think about what do they value in life and how can they make use of their pandemic experiences to kind of promote those things. But in terms of the kind of the direct effect of the kind of technology on our cognitive systems, my guess would be that it probably has very little impact.
So I think we've got a couple of minutes left. So there's just one question, which I think is kind of a nice one to end on. It's not directly related to what you do, Sam, but I'm sure your opinion would be quite interesting. So obviously with lockdown and stuff, a lot of people are spending a lot of time on social media. And the question is, do you think that technology use would facilitate more false collective memories?
That's interesting. So, and certainly there is evidence that following an event, if people discuss it together, that can lead to a kind of a convergence of their memory for that event, which could even be at times a kind of a false memory of what's happened. And I suppose that it is possible that by focusing on, by having limited personal experiences, and in fact our joint experiences being converging perhaps on a more restricted set of social activities which have been mediated online, that does seem a possibility. And I don't have an answer, but it suggests a really interesting experiment that you could do. And now is the time to do it. So to think about some interesting world events which have happened and to investigate the extent to which their mediation through social media could affect people's memory in 5-10 years time. That might be an interesting question to look into.
So I think we'll wrap up there. So thanks you, Sam, for your answers and thoughts about the impact lockdown has had on our memory and functioning. So now we'll have a 5-minute break before a presentation from Dr. Lasana Harris.
Thanks.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm Elena, I'm doing MRes at the SAN, and next we will have Dr. Harris, who is an associate professor at the Department of Experimental Psychology. He did his undergraduate at Harvard and postgraduate trainings at Princeton University. Before coming to the UCL, he has held positions at New York University, Duke University at the America, and Leiden University, the Netherlands. Dr. Harris is a social neuroscientist who takes an interdisciplinary approach to understand human behavior. His research explores the neural correlates of person perception, dehumanization, and anthropomorphism. He is also interested in social learning, social emotions, empathy, and punishment. His research usually addresses questions such as, how do we see people as less than human and non-human objects as human beings? How do we modulate effective responses to people? How do we decide right from wrong? And today, he is going to tell us more about how COVID and the fear of contamination would hamper socializing.
Thank you, Elena, for that introduction. I'm going to attempt to share my screen. Okay. See this? Yep. Yes? Yep. Okay, great. All right. So today I'm going to talk to you about a specific emotion called disgust, or a fear of contamination, and the impact that has on hampering our attempts to get back to normal. So some of us may have been in a position where over the last 17 months or so, we've become relatively distant from our friends or social circles, mainly because we haven't had the opportunity for face-to-face interactions. Most of our interactions with other people have been online, and that's a very impoverished type of interaction compared to what our brains are used to. Now, to understand how that might have an impact on our desire to interact going forward, it's important that we talk about disgust, which is a psychological mechanism that's playing a role here. So to provide a brief overview, I'll first tell you a little bit about disgust and its brain correlates. I'll then talk more specifically about dehumanization as a consequence of disgust. And finally, I'll broach the topic of empathy, also explaining how that's relevant to our abilities to get back out again in the world. So disgust is an emotional response, and emotions are there because they serve specific functions. Specifically, they drive or motivate certain types of behavior. And disgust is an emotion that motivates avoidance behavior. It essentially evolved as a way to protect our bodies from contamination. And so we tend to show disgust towards things like rotting food or body envelope violations, so things that carry diseases and bacteria. And that's really the function of disgust, right? To guard us against the threats that we typically can't see. And bacteria are often things we can't see, so we infer the location of bacteria through smells, how certain things look, and also through the presence of other people. Now, when disgust operates in the more social domain, it's often considered contempt, and it has a key function in terms of facilitating moral judgments and decision-making. So initially, our brains evolved to detect disgust from people, mainly as a pathogen avoidant. And so we developed a heuristic where, for instance, strangers were seen as more disgust-inducing because a stranger could be a pathogen carrier, right? Someone who is coming from outside of our group probably has diseases that might be a threat to us. And that initial psychological mechanism was co-opted more broadly into the social domain and served as a gatekeeper for morality. And so disgust came not just to represent physical contaminants, but social or moral contaminants as well. Now, what's interesting is that disgust doesn't tend to lead to things like intergroup violence. It's an avoidance emotion, and so it leads to avoidance, to passive forms of harm. It's basically telling you to get away from something. So if disgust is operating in a social domain, it's having the same motivational impact. Now, disgust is really a type of fear. And for instance, if you look at studies where people are fear conditioned or disgust conditioned, what's happening in these studies is you take a previously neutral stimulus, like a yellow square, and you associate it with something fear-inducing or something that's disgusting. Usually this is done through images. What the researchers are recording here are skin conductance responses, which is a physiological indicator of arousal. And what you can see is that in the black bars, the CS plus bars, those are the ones that have been associated with the emotional stimulus. You see more arousal responses than the CS minus bars, the light gray bars, which haven't been associated with the emotional stimulus. And so just like fear, it's capable for you to be conditioned towards disgust, for previously neutral objects to take on the valence of the emotion. Now, if you look in the brain during these studies and you do a contrast between the CS plus stimuli, so these now disgusting or fearful stimuli, compared to the CS minus, the more neutral stimuli, you see a plethora of brain regions involved in processing and providing these emotional responses, including activity in the occipital lobe, which basically drives perception and attention towards these stimuli. So we know these emotional stimuli are more attention grabbing. There's activity in the dorsal anterior cingulate, the nucleus accumbens, most importantly in the anterior insula, which has been associated with interoception, this ability we have to determine our internal bodily states. And that brain region in particular plays a key role in disgust. So disgust, I like to think of as a combination of this interoceptive ability with generic fear avoidance responses. Because again, disgust evolved to protect the body envelope. If you look at what's different between disgust and fear conditioning, again, you see activity landing in the insula, underlying the importance of this brain regions in disgust. So disgust is this type of fear with this added interoceptive component. Now, there's individual differences in our ability to feel disgust or not, perhaps even to the same stimuli. And so some people are more easily disgusted or they're more high disgust sensitive than other people. And what you find is that the connectivity between the insula and the amygdala, these brain regions involved in fear and disgust responses, is actually stronger for people who are highly disgust sensitive versus those low disgust sensitive. So such people's psychological mechanisms are geared towards having this avoidance response much more easily than people who aren't disgust sensitive. Now that's going to have a bearing for when we consider how people may want to interact in social situations. People who are more disgust sensitive may have a tougher time getting into these social situations post-pandemic because again, people have assumed this disgust response because of their fear of contamination. Now, what's interesting is that these different types of disgust all depend on the same mechanisms. So if you are smelling something that is unpleasant versus sweet, for instance, you see the same type of U-shaped activity in physiological signals. Here, what we're looking at is data from the levator labii, which is a facial muscle that is engaged if you're experiencing disgust. So it helps create that disgust facial expression. So there's more activity there for unpleasant things than for neutral or sweet things. We see a similar profile if you're looking at different types of pictures. So beyond the gustatory domain, these are visual stimuli, same type of pattern of activity. And now in the moral domain here, players are playing an ultimatum game. So someone is making them an offer of how to split a sum of money. Offers that are essentially more unfair are perceived as more disgusting, and therefore you get a similar type of physiological profile as well for this moral type of disgust. And as you can see, there's strong correlation between this physiological activity and the extent to which participants report their experiences as disgusting. So for instance, in the context of this game. And so what this demonstrates is that even though disgust operates in social and non-social domains, it's essentially the same mechanism that's operating. Now in the social domain, disgust has the ability to signal avoidance, but instead of physical avoidance as well, it can also signal mental avoidance. So disgust has the ability to regulate the extent to which you engage social cognition, which are the skills necessary to have social interactions when you encounter other people. So here what I'm illustrating is activity in a neocortical network that supports social cognition. If you look there in panel C, you see These brain regions, including medial prefrontal cortex, temporal parietal junction, precuneus, areas of temporal lobe. So there's this extended distributive network that supports social cognition. And what we know is that if people elicit disgust from us, we can avoid thinking about their mind, right? We can avoid engaging this process. And that's a phenomenon that we have called dehumanized perception in our labs. And so to demonstrate this, if you take groups that traditionally elicit disgust, so these are stigmatized out groups, not necessarily pathogen carriers, but groups that are perceived as morally bad, for instance, homeless people or drug injection users, what you find is that people rate them as eliciting more disgust compared to other types of emotions. And they also sort of suggest that these disgust-inducing people don't elicit social cognition engagement when people are encountering them. So in a basic experiment in the MRI machine, if you simply flash pictures of these disgust-inducing groups, and you ask people to say what emotion they feel, right, they report feeling disgust, but you also often see that there's a failure to engage brain regions associated with social cognition. So here's the behavioral data suggesting that, yes, indeed, groups that are hypothesized to elicit disgust are actually getting disgust in self-reports. And this is just activity in the medial prefrontal cortex, one of the nodes in the social cognition network, showing an engagement for people that elicit other types of emotions like pride, envy, and pity, but no engagement in the blue circle. These are for groups that elicit disgust, suggesting people are regulating their social cognitive abilities in the presence of these groups. If you use EEG, which is another method of studying the brain, this time giving you information about temporal information, so when does this happen? You see that about 250 milliseconds after stimulus onset, we're beginning to see differentiation over frontal parts of the brain that help support social cognition as well. So this is happening fairly rapidly. Now, in addition to the brain imaging data, if we simply ask participants, for instance, to imagine a day in the life of these types of people, we can code the kinds of verbs they use when describing this person. And here we're looking for a particular type of verb called mental state verbs, which are evidence that the participants have engaged social cognition. These are verbs like want, wish, hope. So if I say this guy is relaxing on the floor, right, that's a mental state verb, and it's different from more basic verbs like sit and sprawl. What we see is that, again, people use less of these verbs when describing these disgust-inducing targets. Further, now behavioral evidence that they're avoiding thinking about their minds. And so this is, I think, a really lovely illustration of how disgust pushes sort of mental avoidance. And so how do we overcome it, right? What's the point of telling you all of this sad news if there's no way for us to return to socializing in the way we're used to? Well, a number of researchers have figured out some ways of switching back this network on, even to social stimuli who elicit disgust. So for instance, one approach we've used is to ask people to make some type of preference intervention. So we basically had people reappraise these disgust-inducing stimuli. Instead of thinking about the stigma and the stereotype category, we asked you to think about something about this person's personality trait, for instance, a food preference. So in these studies, we'd flash a picture of a vegetable right before the picture of the person. And in some conditions, we tell participants, please tell us if this guy likes carrots. Now, figuring out a preference task like that requires that you engage social cognition. And indeed, we do see that people bring these brain regions back online when solving the preference inference task, suggesting that perhaps one strategy you may take when you're socializing is, again, to think of the people you're socializing with in terms of their preferences, their traits. That's going to allow you to overcome some of the negative effects of disgust. Now, in closing, I'd just like to touch on what this has to do with empathy. So if, for instance, you imagine how empathy occurs, it's actually a cascade of processes, and it requires social cognition in order to get this emotional component going. So imagine that you're walking down the street and you run into, this could be any person, but let's just stick with homeless people for now. What happens is you have an appraisal of the situation, right? So you recognize it's a person sitting there, and that in particular, this person might be suffering or need help. You then make a prediction about what's going on inside of the mind of this person, whether it's pleasant or unpleasant. And then you engage social cognition. So you try to get inside of their head and figure out what it is that they're thinking. And these thoughts may allow you to resonate with their emotion. And that's really what I consider to be empathy. So you get this emotion resonance. And this isn't just happening for homeless people, right? This is happening for every human being that we encounter. But if the emotional resonance is negative, for instance, as in the case of homeless people and thinking about their suffering, it may cause you distress and it may motivate you to help that person. And all of this is happening while you're in a particular social context, which is also governing the information that's feeding to each one of these bubbles. And so this complex process is what leads you to feel empathic responding. Social cognition occurs at this inference component. If disgust is triggered, or you make the prediction that the person's disgusting or contaminated or a potential contaminant, then it can short circuit this entire process, short circuit empathy as well. And so really quickly, I'm just going to talk about the predictive component of this to sort of illustrate how the expectations we have about our impending interactions really affect the emotions that we get out of those interactions. So really quickly, this work is inspired by some really old social psychology where they told participants they were going to have an interaction with a recently released hospital patient. Either that patient suffered from heart disease or schizophrenia. And what they saw in those studies is that participants started fidgeting a lot more when they were told they were going to act with a schizophrenic because of the negative stigma associated with schizophrenics, right? So before the interaction even occurred, there's nobody in the room. People are making a prediction that's affecting their behavior. Now, we know that this occurs because in other research we've done where we've essentially forced participants to make trade inferences, so to consider the minds of other people by telling you, for instance, that someone reads to sick kids in the hospital, they do it every time, they read to almost anybody else that wants them to, and in the past they would almost always do this. That causes a trade inference about the kind of person who would engage in that behavior. We then show you a picture of someone who violates that expectation, right? So in this case, an injection drug user. And what we can see when looking in the brain is engagement of striatal brain regions that are associated in generating prediction error signals, right? Again, further evidence that we're making expectations or predictions about what's likely to happen when we encounter other people. So to wrap up really quickly, as we think about re-engaging into the world, as we think about socializing again, if you're highly disgust sensitive, it's going to be more difficult for you to do so. But you can overcome this by sort of thinking about the person's preferences, their minds. It's going to allow you to re-engage social cognition and perhaps alleviate some of the contamination disgust you're feeling. And also be aware of the predictions you're making, right? If you expect that people are contaminants, it's going to drive these disgust responses and affect your likelihood to engage in these interactions. So I think I'm right at time, so I'll stop there and take any questions.
Thanks for your brilliant talk, Dr. Harris. There are a few very interesting comments and questions in the chat. To start with, in what ways do you think the pandemic may have influenced the brain's capacity for empathy?
That's a very good question. If what we've done is we've essentially avoided thinking about other people because of this contamination disgust, then it's given us less opportunities to be empathic. And I think that's really the main sort of result of this. And so if we've had the opportunity to exercise this skill less often, it perhaps just reduces the likelihood that we do so coming out of the pandemic. So that's one possible hypothesis. Now, that doesn't mean that we've lost the ability to be empathic, but if we've just not gotten into the habit, right? If we're used to walking down the street and turning our heads away from people and trying to avoid them because we're worried about getting contaminated, then that's really short-circuiting this process. So I think people may have just gotten out of the practice. I don't think the ability has gone anywhere. We've learned to do this over our entire lives. We'll get back used to doing it again. Where I think there's potential for real disruption is actually in children who are now learning these social skills. They've been denied of the opportunity to have these experiences. They've been told that other people are contagious and contaminants. And so I worry more about the development of young kids who are essentially growing up in a pandemic world where you're told to avoid other people, which really runs counter to what we do typically in most of our lives. So that's really the place I'm concerned.
Yeah, fair point. Since there's more stringent tense and tensions about the restrictions going on. There's a question, why as human are we drawn to worst case scenarios, particularly in relation to the pandemic and restrictions easing? Does it help our brain prepare better?
So it's all about survival, right? So your brain prioritizes survival. So the amygdala is an evolutionarily old brain mechanism. It's present in most other mammalian species, right? And it's there kind of like a burglar alarm in your head. It's there to keep you alive. And so your amygdala learns very quickly, and it also really doesn't unlearn. So it doesn't forget what it's learned. And that makes absolute sense. It's there to detect dangers, things that are emotionally salient in your environment. And so it's not like we're expecting the worst per se, but our brains are there to keep us alive. And so if we've heard or learned that other human beings are now contaminants, right? They're carrying a deadly disease. Your brain is going to learn that association, and it's not going to easily let it go. So I feel like some of these fears we may have and anxieties might persist, because again, the amygdala's job is there to learn about dangers. It's not there to unlearn these dangers. And so it's going to probably take some time, especially for those of us who are highly disgust sensitive, to get used to being around people again, to get used to reading other people as a safety signal instead of a potential contaminant. It's just a side effect of how we're wired for survival.
Yeah, you mentioned anxiety in this situation. So how do you think the pandemic has heightened the sense of disgust of others, and how anxious people may feel in relation to other people's refusal or uptake of vaccines?
Yeah, so I think one of the interesting things to think about with threat and disgust is that in the social domain, we extend it to morally bad people, and we also extend it often to outgroup members as well. And I think one of the things we've seen during the pandemic is more group-based tensions as well, because again, people are in this heightened state of threat and this heightened state of disgust. It's also going to boost anxiety. So anxiety is the result of sort of having an overactive threat system. And so essentially the threat of contamination has made us all a little bit anxious. And clearly we've seen that in behaviors when you think about things like panic buying, for instance, at the beginning of the pandemic. And so it's a question to me of the extent to which we're able to regulate those feelings as we emerge from the pandemic. What's really interesting as well to think about with disgust is that it's engineered so that you can feel fear for things you can't see. So most of the time, the traditional fear system operates in things you can see, like a snake. But disgust is there for pathogens, and you don't see pathogens, right? You can only infer their presence based on smell or how something looks. And so literally the information we're getting is what's informing our approach and our opinions. And that begins to explain why, for instance, some people have been very cavalier throughout the pandemic, and they haven't been wearing masks and they haven't been taking these precautions because they haven't gotten the information that people are indeed a potential source of threat, right? They've believed something else. And so what we're relying on for this emotion is an inference process. We're not relying on actual visual information. And that always makes it even more possible that people have alternate realities, let's say, right? That they're believing things that aren't necessarily true, because in all cases, we're making guesses about things we can't actually see. And so that begins to explain a little bit about different people's different reactions. And now, because this has to do with morality, right, we're looking at people who aren't taking the necessary precautions to protect all of us as morally bad people. And we're already in this heightened state of moral detection because of the disgust. And so we're now condemning the non-mask wearers. I mean, I went on the overground the other day, and I was very visually upset at anyone I saw not wearing a mask, right? Like, you don't have that type of reaction typically. And I think that's really a result of how we've been living now for quite some time.
Yeah, it all comes up to what their prior belief of how contamination people could be is. Here's one relevant question in the chat: that can empathy be modeled in Bayesian way? Do we base these appraisals on prior beliefs about stigmatized groups? Could they be updated or changed based on experiences with groups?
Yeah, it's all relying on social learning, right? So all of our group-based information about different groups within a society are only there because we've learned based on the culture and the context, what the different groups are and the narratives associated with those groups. And we've also learned based on our experiences. And so if we change narratives about groups, if we change the set of experiences we have to draw upon, then we change the predictions we make about different types of people and different types of groups. And so these social categories and the resulting stereotypes and stigmas aren't fixed. They're very flexible and they change over time naturally as groups change their positions within society and as cultural narratives shift. But they can also change for us individually as we broaden our experiences. So the more experience I get with different types of people, the more I'll be able to rely on that rather than a cultural narrative that tells me about how different groups are supposed to be. And so, for instance, people who work with homeless people don't tend to have the dehumanizing response towards them because they've spent so much time engaging with these people. They understand they're just regular human beings, right? Whereas the rest of us who may have never had a conversation with that person, we're relying on the narratives and culture about who homeless people are, for instance. And so there's hope there in the sense that these things aren't fixed. They're highly flexible and plastic because they result from learning. The big question is, well, how do you then shift these narratives, right? If people don't have the opportunities for the experiences, how do you shift the other thing that's informing the predictions that we make? And I don't have a good answer to that question.
Okay, thank you. You've mentioned that, do you mind reminding us which brain areas might be in charge of this response to this? So one question is, does the amygdala respond to thoughts and imagination more than experiences?
So that's a really good question. So there's information that the amygdala learns what we call vicariously. That's through observation and through direct experience. So if I see someone get bitten by a snake and die, I don't have to get bitten by a snake and die to learn that snakes are dangerous. So the amygdala has the ability to learn vicariously. Now, I'm not sure of any research that has directly compared the two in terms of strength, but the few paradigms that have them both in there tend to see fairly similar effect sizes, which basically means it's learning just as well in both cases. Now, of course, there might be some individual difference there. And if you have a wealth of experience, that may change the weighting that you place on the experience versus the narratives. And so I think there's a little bit more work to be done there in terms of the relative importance of each, but we know it's capable of doing it from each of them, definitely. And I think it really depends on the individual in terms of whether the narratives have more importance or the experiences, but it's doing both, clearly.
Okay, there are more questions coming up in the chat. So what has the pandemic shown in relation to how quickly our brains are able to attune to changes such as new rules or restrictions? I think you might have touched on this question before, but
yeah, really quickly, right? Like it didn't take us long to get freaked out by the pandemic. And again, that's the purpose of these mechanisms. They're there for your survival. It shouldn't take time. So we're going to learn or acquire these responses much more quickly than we're going to unlearn them. And so it's going to take longer for us to sort of emerge from this than it took for us to get into it. But the other thing to keep in mind is there's big individual difference there, and what you believe really affects how you respond, right? And so some people might have started with an initial belief that the virus wasn't that bad, it's nothing to worry about, or it's just affecting older people. And then eventually they shifted to being concerned, particularly if somebody that was close to them or close in their age that they knew got sick. That might have changed the calculation for you, right? So there are all of these individual factors that are coming in to determine how we're each responding. But en masse, I think we acquire these responses really quickly, and it's going to take us a long time to get rid of them. So we're going to see things like masks and sanitizers remain perhaps for the next decade at least, right? Before people really get comfortable sort of going without these things in the way we did before. There's no going back in that sense.
Yeah, but how can we learn to spot and act on biases, especially these fears we can't see?
Yeah, so I think you can regulate them. And that's what I was talking about with the sort of reappraisal, sort of thinking differently, right? So you can regulate them. So if I have information that everybody in my building is fully vaccinated, right? And therefore, I don't think there are a contamination risk. That information can serve a regulatory function. And it can cause me to feel less anxious if I'm at work because I think there's low contamination risk. So I still have the original learning about people being contaminants. I still know the virus is circulating in the public. But in this particular space, in this context, right, I have information that says to me, I don't need to worry, right? Everybody's vaccinated. And so I think creating safe spaces like that is really a first big step in getting us back to anything that looks like normal. And that's only because that allows us to come in and regulate these responses. And that's really what we have to do. So when thinking about emotions, the way you get emotions in check is through these regulatory mechanisms. So the more opportunities we have to develop these regulatory mechanisms, the more we put things in place to reassure us, right, to allow the narratives in our heads to be such that we don't see the threat of contamination in the same way, then we'll get back to processing people fully in the way we typically do.
Yeah, it takes into account the information about our surrounding environment as well. Because of the time limit, the last question is, what can social neuroscience tell us? How we have this tendency to think other people are breaking the rules, or that they don't reply, they apply differently to others?
Yeah, so I don't think social neuroscience can tell us how that happened. I think social neuroscience does a good job of pointing at the mechanisms and saying this is facilitating that behavior. I think the how questions depend on other disciplines and other approaches. Straight up social psychology helps. Some philosophy might help us figure it out, right? But I think we need to bring other approaches to bear. I think the neuroscience shining a light on the mechanism is important because knowing the mechanism can let us know strategies for changing the behavior by affecting the mechanism. But I don't think it really informs where it comes from. I think that requires a truly interdisciplinary approach, which is why you sometimes see social neuroscience scientists integrating philosophy and integrating these other disciplines, evolutionary anthropology and comparative studies to sort of get evolutionary questions, developmental psychology to figure out when in the lifespan do these things emerge, right? Bringing in these other disciplines really helps us get to the how questions. What we're really good at is the why question, right? Like, how is this possible, is what I would say. So I think that's why I mentioned the kids and we do some developmental work, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for your presentation and the discussion. And now I'll pass on to Sophia to give us a few final words.
Hi, thank you very much. I would just like to very quickly share my slides one last time. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to sum up in just a second, but I've got a couple of things that I'd like to say first. So first of all, thank you very much to everybody who came, who gave up a really beautiful sunny Saturday to come and listen to some fabulous talks. We're really grateful to you and we really appreciate this, and we would really value your feedback. So you will be receiving an email if you signed up to Eventbrite, and that will be directing you to a web-based form to just give us some information about how we can do this better next time. We try to do this every couple of years when there's not a pandemic, and we would be really keen to make sure that we are making this the best occasion it can be. So your feedback would be extremely helpful. So please look out for the email, and thanks for that. I'd also like to say thank you very, very much to everybody who was involved. I'd love to say thank you, first of all, to all of our speakers. So that's Sarah Garfinkel, Marwa Zein, who was presenting from a family wedding. That's how dedicated she was. Sarah de Felice, Sam Gilbert, Lasana Harris, Alex Pike, who chaired the panel session on mental health, and then Hugo Firming, Carol Kieslich, Taylor McLeod, and Maddie Payne, who were the discussants on the panel. I'd also really like to say thank you very much to our chairs. And I have to say, these guys are all master's students at UCL. So this is really spectacular work that they did. So here we've got Kimya Ghazi Zadeh, Megan Lawrence, Wilson Lim, Polina Perzish, Jemima Schickel, Alina Liu, and we didn't manage to grab a picture of her in time, but Judith Bilgorai. And they all did a fantastic job, and they worked with the people who were presenting, and they did a lot of work selecting and deciding how to frame the questions. So really they did an absolutely excellent job. But of course they weren't the only master students involved. So I'd also like to say thank you very, very much to all the master students who worked incredibly hard behind the scenes on this. This is Caitlin McDonald, Reagan Briscoe, Manzi, Marina Lopez, Lucy Dowdall, Kenying Wang, Enagal Gerbanber Dieva, sorry I said your name wrong, Gerbanber Dieva, Laura Carbonell, Xinyoung Wu, and Laura Connolly, who's been making all the stuff stream properly on the internet. And I would also like to say thank you very, very much to the people who keep Mind the Brain going year after year, which is Anushka Sterling. This was her bright idea in the first place, and she's absolutely masterminded this again this year. Safia Chowdhury from the ICN, who's worked on this a lot, and also Lucy Charles from the ICN. So thank you a great deal for that. I'm not going to keep you away from the sunshine for too much longer. I just wanted to think a little bit more about some of the things that we've learned today. So we started off by emphasizing the sort of incredible brilliance of the human brain. It's extraordinary. It is really quite unparalleled in nature. You know, humans get lots of things wrong, but our brains are really pretty awesome. But our brains, as we've seen across this whole set of talks, they're affected by a lot of things. They're affected by experience. Anything that you learn changes your brain. How you engage with the world, that stuff that's being driven by your brain. And something that I think has really coming through, and I was thinking about a lot in Lasana's talk at the end there, is the relationship between things like empathy and and experience. So one of the things that Lasana was really emphasizing was that empathy is a skill. It's not a sort of an innate part of your personality that is there in some specific amount and then is made manifest in the world. It's something that you do. And I remember reading a study a couple of years before we went into lockdown, which was a prospective study of loneliness. Now, loneliness is not good for human beings. We tend to die more early if we are lonely. It's not good for our brains. It's not good for our health. But this study was looking specifically at what changed as we became more lonely. And what they found was that as people became lonelier, they started to be less empathetic. They started to experience less empathy. And I think this is something that's really important to bear in mind. There may well have been changes, and these changes have been driven by factors entirely out of our control. Nobody sets out to be lonely. Nobody wants this to happen to them. But it's also that plasticity can work in the opposite direction. We've got the most extraordinary piece of computing power inside our skulls. It adapts to situations, it can be affected by situations, but when we return back into something more approaching normality, we really should feel free and confident to let our brains show the adaptation back in the opposite direction. So let's learn to get back out there, let's learn to socialize again, let's learn to enjoy each other's company, and let's learn to have more empathy and to do more empathy when we're out there in the world. Thank you very, very much. Again, thank you so much for coming. Bye-bye.